Chapter 1207. Jun Changshao also realized that the experts he came into contact with were getting stronger and stronger, and he himself was not a bloodthirsty person. Since he could not kill them all, nor could he let them all go, he might as well build a prison to lock them all up. In any case, the sect of all times did not lack the money for a few bowls of rice. Moreover, after Zhao Daodu gave his suggestion, Go Sheng came up with another idea. That was to divide the cells into different levels and let the prisoners of different strengths enter. They could be used as sparring partners for the disciples. Eating for free was definitely not a good idea. Even if you are locked up in prison, you have to show your worth. The bald man and his subordinates were still locked up in the earth room. Their strength ranged from martial king, Wu Huang, and semi-sage. They were placed in different levels of cells, and the disciples could choose their own difficulty. Of course, they could not treat the prisoners as people. They could set up a reward system and let them be happy as sparring partners. If they performed well, they would get an extra drumstick every day. If Zhao Daodu heard this, he would definitely say, "I'm not lacking a drumstick, I'm lacking Miss Lu's bowl of fried rice." Although it's a prison on the surface, it can actually be used for disciples to train in actual combat. Pa! Jun Changshao clapped his hands and praised, "Good idea, good idea." The system was speechless. Using someone else's suggestion to praise himself, how shameless must he be to do this? "I need to remind the host," the system said, "since you want to use the prisoners as sparring partners, you need to unlock their chi channels. Aren't you afraid that they will all run out?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense." Other than Zhao Daodu, the rest of the prisoners in the prison had their chi channels sealed. They could only move normally and had no cultivation at all. However, if they were all unsealed, their individual strength might not be a problem, but if they were all gathered together, something would definitely happen. Looks like this prison plan needs to be carefully considered. The defense facilities also need to be considered thoroughly. We must not let the prisoners riot or escape. Jun Changshao said solemnly. Moreover, the system added, since you want to build a prison that can accommodate many prisoners, you need someone to watch over it. Does the host plan to let Hall Masterly work part-time? That won't do. Jun Changshao said, ever since the intelligence network was spread throughout the continent, Hall Masterly has been very busy every day. He has to choose someone else to manage the prison. Since that Zhao Daodu gave the suggestion and refused to leave heaven, he should have developed a deep and true relationship with the prison. He can be in charge of this area. The system ridiculed, the poor guy who's been here for almost 1,000 chapters is finally going to make it. In the heaven cell, Zhao Daodu was completely unaware that the system was pitying him. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a small stick in his mouth. Sometimes he closed his eyes, sometimes he held his chin, as if he was thinking about something. There was a scribbled picture on the ground. This was the sketch of the prison that he had come up with. In the beginning, it was divided into 3 levels, top, middle, and bottom. However, based on the frequency and number of inmates coming in recently, he realized that it was definitely not enough, so he simply added another 6 levels to make 9 as the limit. In terms of drawing, Zhao Daodu could not compare to Li Qingyang. After all, his talent was limited. He just randomly added whatever ideas he had in his mind. In the end, it became a hodgepodge. Dai Lu could not stand this guy who had dug a hole for himself. He directly grabbed a stone from the side and threw it at him. Pa! Zhao Daodu raised his hand and caught the stone with 2 fingers. He said rather proudly, "I'm not trying to discourage you. Even if you release your meridian, you might not be able to hit me." Dai Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he did not have any strength and the stone he threw was not lethal, from the way this guy caught the stone, he seemed to have some ability. Could it be, he was hiding his strength? Sigh. Zhao Daodu stood up, patted his butt and sat down in the wooden house. He looked at the window hesitantly and said, "If you think that I'm not leaving the prison to freeload, then you're very wrong." Thinking of the expression on this guy's face when he was eating, Dai Lu said with certainty in his heart, "You're doing this to freeload." I, Zhao Daodu, was born without a good identity, and also without a good talent. Living in this world, I belong to those pitiful people who will starve to death on the streets if I don't work hard. Zhao Daodu lowered his head, his eyes brewing with the emotion of, fate is unfair, but I can only choose to compromise. To live. To rise above others. I began to learn to lie to others, to lie to myself. Perhaps being locked up here is the heavens punishing me for the mistakes I once made, but... At this point, Zhao Daodu's emotions were a bit unbearable. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Everything I've done, was for the sake of living." Dai Lu looked at him from beginning to end. His heart was also filled with mixed feelings. You were born without an identity, I was born without one. You were born with a talent, I was born without one. Joining the Spirit Spring Sect, joining the Holy Spring Sect, was it not all for the sake of living? Ever since these two brothers became cellmates, they did not have any common topics to talk about, but in this aspect, they had the feeling that they were both people who had fallen to the same fate. Of course. Zhao Daodu wiped away the tears on his face, smiling. I'm very fortunate to be locked up in the sect of all times, because the heaven and earth attribute here is something I have never seen before. The atmosphere of the sect here is also something I have never imagined. Although Dai Lu really wanted to deny it, but this was the truth. I feel that fate is fair. When I receive my punishment, I still have good food to eat, and the heaven and earth attribute to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid that right now, my deception would have been exposed long ago and I would have died without a burial ground. Dai Lu suddenly understood. This guy did not leave the prison not because he was freeloading, but because he was freeloading on the heaven and earth attribute of the sect of all times. In other words, his chi channels were sealed and he could not cultivate, but this guy could cultivate all day long in prison. After being locked up for so long, his realm should not be low, right? What a clever little brat, ah! Moreover, Zhao Daodu said, if I wasn't locked up in prison, how could I become cellmates with so many high realm experts, so, I'm very happy. I treat this place as my home. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded. Zhao Daodu's expression suddenly stiffened. Because Dai Lu, who was sitting in front of him, had his hands on his legs. Where did the applause come from, Shua? He turned around as fast as he could and saw Jun Changshao sitting on the chair with a cigar in his mouth. He clapped his hands and said, to be able to comprehend the principles of home and prison, this makes this seat feel very gratified and touched. Jun Patriarch. You. When did you come? When you were crying, this seat was already here. Zhao Daodu hurriedly wiped his tears. When he thought about how a 7-foot man like him actually cried, and how an outsider saw it, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Pa! At this moment, Jun Changshao walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and asked seriously, are you willing to become a member of the sect of all times and follow this seat to conquer the world? Chapter 1208. Are you willing to become a member of the sect of all times and follow me to conquer the world? When these words entered Zhao Daodu's ears and reached his sea of consciousness, he stood there like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were blank, as if he had completely lost his soul. No one knew how many nights he had been locked up, dreaming of himself wearing the sect of all times uniform. No one knew how disappointed and pained he felt every time he returned to reality from his dreams. No. Dai Lu, who was locked in the same cell as him, knew. Because he often saw that guy curled up on the wooden bed in the middle of the night, as if he did not fit in with the world. Zhao Daodu's cultivation was not high, but his mentality was good. In order to move Jun Changshao, he had turned into a spiritual teacher and instilled chicken soup for the prisoners. Wasn't it all to prove his ability? Father, mother. Zhao Daodu muttered to himself, "Am I dreaming?" Boom! An explosive kick came, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. "What about now?" Jun Changshao asked. This kick was not to let Zhao Daodu understand that he was not dreaming, but to see what level he had reached with the help of the Sect of all times heaven and earth attribute. Not bad. He had reached the peak of martial master. Jun Changshao had already forgotten how high Zhao Daodu's realm was when he came in, but he estimated that it was between martial disciple and martial master. Without the help of various tools and profound mental cultivation techniques, to break through to such a level in prison. Damn it, after being locked up for so long, he had not even reached Wuzong. His aptitude was too bad. Letting him manage the prison was a bit difficult to control. Of course, Jun Changshao did not plan to let his warden have the ability to push Magellan into the city, but at the very least, he could not be too weak. Moreover, the prisoners in the Earth prison were martial emperors, Wuxia, and other powerhouses. Letting a small martial master manage it, seemed very interesting. The system was speechless. What was the hosts thinking? Painful. It was very painful. It wasn't a dream, it was real. Zhao Daodu, who had fallen against the wall, tried his best to prop himself up with both hands. Then, he saw that the ground was gradually getting wet, and bean-sized tears slid down his cheeks. He had waited for many years for Jun Changshao to recruit him. Today. At this time. At this moment. Finally. He had finally made it. As long as the heart is there, the dream is there. There is still true love between heaven and earth. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears fell drop by drop. Zhao Daodu's emotions had already completely gone out of control. Dai Lu really wanted to mock and despise this guy, but every time he thought of the day this guy would fantasize about becoming a disciple of the Sect of all times, he instinctively chose to remain silent. He had his own choices, and he also had his own ideals. I can't despise and mock Jun Changshao just because I hate the Sect of all times. Inexplicably, Dai Lu felt quite happy because, this chicken soup maniac had finally been released from prison. He could finally have some peace and quiet. If not for Jun Changshao and Zhao Daodu, he might have improvised a dance and started singing Mad Waves. Don't ask why. The main peak's practice field was directly opposite the Heaven Cell's window. The disciples had their daily morning exercises. Not only could the two brothers hear beautiful music, they could also see them dancing. Don't cry. Jun Changshao said, make your choice. Shwa. Zhao Daodu stood up and then knelt down with a plop. With tears and snot all over his face, he said loudly, I, Zhao Daodu, am willing to become a member of the Sect of all times. I am willing to follow Jun Patriarch and conquer the world. Li Qingyang smiled. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma, who were standing outside the cell, also smiled. This guy who had been locked up in prison for so many years was finally going to join the big family and become a part of it. They were happy for him. They were gratified for him. In the past, the Sect of all times disciples' mission was to eat, sleep, and beat Daodu. Even now, eating and sleeping was still the same. Daodu had stopped beating Daodu a long time ago because he had become stronger. He was afraid that the other party would not be able to handle it. You will be accepted into the sect in a few days. Jun Changshao said, stay in the cell for a while. Because the number of disciples had reached 70,000, accepting him into the sect would have to wait until all the missions were completed and the sect's construction was improved. Understood. Zhao Daodu said loudly. After staying in the cell for so long, he would definitely not be able to adapt immediately if he suddenly walked out. It was not a bad idea to wait here for a while and slowly accept reality. Did you draw the picture on the ground? Jun Changshao asked. Yes, Patriarch. Zhao Daodu had not become a disciple yet, but the word patriarch had already been removed. What did you draw? Patriarch, this is a sketch of the prison that your disciple drew. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. To be able to draw such a wild sketch, this guy's artistic talent was at most 1 point, right? Patriarch. Li Qingyang rubbed his chin and said, Daodu's sketch is very good. Jun Changxiao was shocked. Weren't you outside the cell? When did you come in? Also, this kind of picture that seems to have been randomly poked with a wooden stick, you actually think it's good? Then wouldn't I be able to change my profession and become an artist tomorrow? Li Qingyang observed seriously. After a while, he took out a pen and paper and copied it, saying, Patriarch, Daodu's drawing has given me a lot of inspiration. I will go back and improve it a little. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Mortals really did not understand the world of a master architect. What about you? Do you want to join the sect of all times? Jun Changxiao looked at Dai Lu, but the latter was still as unyielding as ever and said, I will not compromise. Creak. The door closed and Jun Changxiao left. He was just casually asking. Since this guy was still so stubborn, he would spend the rest of his life in the sect of all times prison. Ha ha ha. In the prison, Zhao Daodu's laughter could be heard from time to time. His face was filled with joy and excitement, and even when he was sleeping at night, he could not help but laugh out loud. No, no. Since the patriarch had taken him in, he had to perform well. Thus, Zhao Daodu began to earnestly persuade Dai Lu, persuading him until he was about to bleed from all 7 orifices. Patriarch. Li Qingyang placed a design on the table and said, This is Daodu's sketch. I have slightly improved it. Pfft. Jun Changxiao spat out the tea in his mouth. The design was sharp and had a total of 9 floors. Each floor corresponded to the number of floors in the prison. It could be said that it was professional and detailed, allowing one to understand it at a glance. It was a world of difference from Zhao Daodu's drawing. How was this a slight improvement? This was a complete plastic surgery, from the inside out, from head to face. Li Qingyang's design was indeed copied from Zhao Daodu's sketches. It was just that the wild style had turned into a realistic style. Not bad, not bad. After careful observation, Jun Changxiao expressed his satisfaction. Especially since the layout of each floor had corresponding facilities. Without rich prison experience, it was impossible to think of such a comprehensive design. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, When do we start? Wu Huang's realm was stuck at the peak, and it was difficult to improve in a short period of time. Not long ago, he went to the little cold village, and now he was really free. He wanted to find something to do. Let's do it tomorrow. Yes. Don't forget to bring Paige. It'll be faster if it's in charge of digging. Yes. Without a disciple proficient in deception, he gained a disciple who guarded the prison. Chapter 1209. After obtaining the approval of the patriarch, Li Qingyang rolled up his sleeves and began to work with Paige, and with the heaven and earth dungeon as the center, they began to dig downwards. Because of the underground work, the top was not affected. His fellow disciples either had time to come over and help, or they continued to immerse themselves in cultivation. The entire sect was as peaceful as ever. The second disciple was very strong in construction. Jun Changxiao was not worried about this, so he focused on managing the sect, waiting for the sect mission to be completed to upgrade the construction level. Has it started? In the heaven prison, Zhao Daodu's ears were pressed to the ground. He could vaguely hear the movement, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the patriarch had adopted his suggestion, because before the construction began, Li Qingyang had come to find him and had a serious discussion. Although I haven't become a member of the sect of all times, I have already provided help to the sect. That strong sense of belonging and honor makes me even more proud. Because the prison had to be built underground, it would be more troublesome to transport materials, and it would take a relatively long time. Until half a month later. The outline of the 9-story prison had taken shape. Jun Changshao came down to inspect it, and gave high praise to Li Qingyang and Page's work. However, Gou Sheng had also been thinking about it. After the prison was built, how should he arrange the defense system? Riots and prison escapes must not happen, so the safety performance must be strong. You can let the array hall set up various arrays around me. The system suggested. Jun Changshao had also thought about it, but he always felt that it was not safe enough. After all, once the prisoners in the prison were unlocked and the number of people increased, how many arrays would be needed to stabilize them? If we can place the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda in the prison, area can freely enter and exit it. It should be easy to control. Zhao Daodu had been in prison for a long time. It was not impossible to be the head of the prison, but at most, he could only be the deputy. The most suitable was naturally Area, who liked to hold whips and candles. However, after all, it was the spirit of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda. It could only exist inside and could not come out, so it was unrealistic to manage the prison, unless. Got it. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. We can place the prison in the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda. This was a treasure that came from a mission reward. It was able to withstand 50% of the power of the thunder retribution from the upper realm, which meant that it was very powerful. If it was transformed into a prison, the prisoners who were locked in it would definitely not be able to escape. Furthermore, the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda could expand or shrink at will, and the space inside would not be affected at all. If he needed it in the future, he could take it out. The system was speechless. Are you trying to turn the soul pagoda into a prison? The tower is divided into 9 floors. Each floor holds prisoners of different levels. In the future, when you encounter danger outside, you can release them to fight. The system had already imagined the scene of a top-notch powerhouse summoning all kinds of colorful treasures and shouting earth-shattering incantations. When it came to the host, he would summon a prison tower and release a large number of prisoners wearing prison uniforms and anklets. He was clearly a hot-blooded disciple raised by a serious sect, so why did he become a far-sighted, and hilarious idiot? It was Jun Changxiao's style to do whatever he thought of. When Li Qingyang was building it, he had thought of ways to cover the entire prison with the heaven origin soul-suppressing tower. Here came the problem. This kind of treasure belonged to Jun Changxiao, and others could not enter even if they wanted to. If they wanted to imprison prisoners, they would have to personally send them in. With the ability to refine pills and equipment, he had to leave them to his disciples. He even dreamed of being a super lazy shopkeeper every day. He had to think of another way. Master. Arya said, as long as they have your soul imprint, anyone can enter the interior of the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, if I integrate my soul imprint into the token, others can enter at will? That's right. Arya nodded. As a result, Jun Changxiao ordered the forging hall to forge a large number of tokens that were obviously in the style of the sect as soon as possible. In fact, Jun Changxiao, who had the body of the holy flame, could forge the tokens himself faster. However, if he let the patriarch do everything, then what was the point of having a disciple? Fan Yezi was indeed a master. In just a few days, he had used extremely high-quality ores to forge a lot of tokens. The words Iron Bone were engraved on them, fully reflecting the good character of the sect. Swish! Swish! Streams of light flew around in the study and quickly merged into the tokens. Jun Changxiao picked up one and said, with this thing, disciples can enter and leave at will. However, if a prisoner gets it, it will be troublesome. Therefore, I need to add the owner's imprint for double protection. How thoughtful! The system said in admiration. Swish! Walking down the stairs at the entrance of the prison until he stepped through the prison gate, Li Qingyang's body suddenly rippled with enchantment. It felt as if he had stepped into another world from one world. He had the token, otherwise he would be ejected. Because the interior of the prison had not been built, it was still in its embryonic form. However, Li Qingyang was surprised to find that there was a special aura in the air, vaguely making people feel uneasy. He. Suddenly, there was laughter. Unknowingly, a girl appeared behind him. She held a whip in her right hand and a candle in her left. She smiled and said, "Little brother, which one do you choose?" Gulp. Li Qingyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a chill ran down his spine. The girl looked very cute, but when she smiled, it gave people a creepy feeling. Area. Jun Changshao walked in and said, "This is my second disciple, not a prisoner." Oh. Area hurriedly hid the whip and candle behind her back. Her smile also became innocent, so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch her face. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly. This artifact spirit was a little scary. The Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was buried under the Heaven and Earth prison and was connected by a passage. Prisoners had to wear a token with a soul imprint. Of course. After being locked in, the token would be taken away. The token that the disciples used to enter also had a corresponding setting. It would only be effective if the disciple held it. If it was accidentally lost or taken by a prisoner, it would be difficult to escape. A treasure with the ability to refine unclean attributes, under Jun Changxiao's use, became a prison for prisoners. That was really a person or item, as long as one dared to boldly think about it, there was no position that could not be taken. Li Qingyang continued to work with Paige. However, there was always a girl standing behind him with a whip and a candle. Sometimes, a strange smile would appear on her face, and she would break out in a cold sweat at any time. 10 days later. A large prison that existed in the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was built. Every floor was absolutely independent and had all kinds of supporting facilities. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Every floor of the prison can accommodate thousands of prisoners. Not only are there collective prison cafeterias, there are also individual prison cafeterias." Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. Now that the prison was built, it was necessary to give it a name. After thinking for a while, he came to the gate of the prison, raised 2 fingers, gathered spiritual energy, and carved 5 big words Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Chapter 12:10. The appearance of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda meant that the sect of all times had a professional prison system. If the other sects were to find out about this, they would definitely think that he had so much free time to build a dungeon. This was something they didn't understand. Jun Changshao built a prison system not only to imprison criminals, but also to provide actual combat for the disciples. Think about it, the prison held all kinds of powerful criminals, and the disciples entered it to train according to their own cultivation, which was definitely better than the life and death secret realm. After all, they were all fighting in real life, not transforming into beasts. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. The top was the 9th level, and the bottom was the 1st level. In Go Xing's idea, different levels corresponded to different levels of imprisonment. Moreover, the prison uniform couldn't be missing. Qingyang. Jun Changshao handed over a pattern of clothes and said, "Go down the mountain and find a tailor to make it." Yes. Li Qingyang took it and saw the prison uniform on it. He was speechless. It is indeed as special as the sect's uniform. The prison uniform that Jun Changshao designed was black and white, and was not much different from the modern prison uniform. There's no need for shackles. In any case, they would still have to release the Qi Meridian. If the shackles could control them, there would be no need to place the prison in the soul-suppressing pagoda. Li Qingyang was extremely efficient. The next day, someone sent over all kinds of prison uniforms and distributed them to the bald man and the others who were locked up in the earth prison. At first, they were locked up in the cell like an old man. Every day, someone would bring them food. After putting on the clothes, they immediately looked like prisoners. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "Change them all, when do we move?" "Today." "Yes." Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, prison cell. A bald man wearing a prison uniform was brought in by a disciple. Then, he held a board with his name, height, and age written on it, facing the camera from the front and the side. Pa. 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 Li Tian squatted in the distance and took a photo. Then, he put the photo on the file and said, "Next." Since it was a prison, it had to be professional. Every martial artist who was imprisoned had to have a detailed record, which was then stored in the drizzle hall so that it could be easily accessed in the future. Pa. Pa. Li Tian took photos again and again, and the 3 hegemons of Starry Sky and other experts were registered one after another. Then, they were sent to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The bald man and other martial artists who were comparable to Wu Sheng at the Great Perfection stage were placed in the penultimate level of the prison and were classified as second-class prisoners. The 3 tyrants of the Starry Sky were locked in the lowest level of the prison and were classified as first-class prisoners. As for the other martial artists, they were thrown into different prisons according to their strength. The martial artists who were sent in had their meridians unsealed, and their cultivation immediately recovered. Shua. 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 The 3 tyrants of Starry Sky reached a silent agreement as quickly as possible. They gathered their power into their fists and then smashed it against the wall. As expected. Inside the monitoring room, Jun Changshao crossed his legs and held a goblet in one hand. The tea inside the goblet was swirling back and forth. His eyes never left the array formation. A devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Once you recover your cultivation, you won't be honest." The system complained, "This is the first time I've seen someone drink tea with a goblet. I also want to drink red wine, but the store doesn't have it." Jun Changshao roared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 loud noises were heard, and the wall of the first level of the prison suddenly materialized a flowing light barrier. The 3 tyrants of Starry Sky were bounced back, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of array was this? It could withstand the bombardment of the 3 of them without the slightest crack. Continue. Huff, huff, huff. The 3 tyrants of Starry Sky continued to gather energy. From the eruption of momentum, it seemed that they wanted to stimulate all their combat power. However, before they could make a move, strange attributes appeared in the air in front of them, and then gradually condensed into a figure. Ta! Arya landed on the ground wearing leather pants, leather boots, mink coat, and a military cap. She lowered her head slightly, and her fingers with leather gloves pressed against the cap. She said with cold eyes, "You want to break out of prison?" This outfit was simply too cool. Coupled with the word prison written in the center of the cap, she looked like the supreme commander of the prison. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Starry Sky 3 tyrants. This girl looked young, but the aura around her made them feel a chill down their backs, and even an ominous feeling surged in their hearts. Pa! Arya waved her hand, and the soul-suppressing whip appeared out of thin air, like a silver snake hitting the ground, and suddenly there was a sound that shocked the soul. "You don't salute the warden, you must be itching for a beating." Swish! 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 Arya took a step forward, and the whip with soul attack instantly crisscrossed the first level of hell. Pa pa pa. Pa 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 pa. The sound of the whip sounded like a dynamic rhythm. Because of the poor sound insulation, the bald man on the second level of the prison heard it. "Are there people fighting down there?" He crouched down, put his ear to the ground, and immediately heard screams of, "Ah, ah, ah. Big brother." One of his subordinates said in shock, "It's the Starry Sky 3 tyrants." "How do you know?" "There's a projection array above, you can see it." "Projection array?" The bald man hurriedly raised his head and found that a mirror-like light screen had appeared on the wall, and a girl who seemed to be wearing a tight suit was crazily lashing out with a whip. The 3 tyrants of Starry Sky. It was not only on the second level of the prison, but also on other levels. When Arya was training the prisoners who escaped from the prison, all of them were turned on at the same time, and the images were transmitted to the warriors in the prison in real time, which made them tremble with fear, and made their hair stand on end. The cultivation of the 3 of them has been restored. Why were they beaten by a weak girl without any power to fight back? From the ferocious expressions on their faces, they must have suffered heart-wrenching pain. It's too scary. The 3 tyrants of Starry Sky were trained by Arya for a full 2 hours, and the prisoners in the pagoda of prison watched for a full 2 hours, until their legs and stomachs were trembling. "Listen up, all of you." Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's voice came from the light screen, "You are locked up here, which means you have lost your freedom. If anyone dares to escape, you will end up like the 3 of them." Everyone shuddered. The bald man, who originally wanted to recover his cultivation and find a chance to escape, immediately dispelled the idea, and said to himself, "No wonder she was so generous to unlock our meridians." On the first level of the prison, the 3 tyrants of Starry Sky were lying on the ground with crooked mouths and eyes. The kind of whipping that came from the soul was so cool that it felt like flying. Swish! Arya stood in front of them, straightened the soul-suppressing whip, and said with a cold look, "Remember, when you see me, you have to call me Lord Warden." Shout! Lord! Lord Warden, with the strength of the 3 tyrants of Starry Sky, they should not be afraid of Arya, but when she waved the whip, there was a huge binding force that controlled their bodies, making it difficult for them to move, and they could only accept the whipping helplessly. The reason was still in the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda. This kind of treasure from the mall, once sent in, would be forcibly suppressed and trained. I didn't expect that the energy in the pagoda could suppress a martial grand emperor in his best state. Jun Changxiao laughed. The reason why he was in the monitoring room was that he was worried that Arya could not control the situation. Now that he could easily train the 3 tyrants of Starry Sky, he was immediately relieved. In the future, as long as you encounter a powerful enemy, you can send them in if you can't kill them. Ding! Disciple XXX has completed the Sect mission and received 100 contribution points and 100 achievement points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 489,907,0000. Ding! Sect achievement points, 700,007,0000. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao hurriedly got up and said with excitement, "The sect can finally be upgraded." Chapter 12:11. When the disciple found out that he had completed the sect mission, his achievement points were finally maxed out. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the data panel and saw the "Upgradable" button on the sect construction section, so he pressed it without hesitation. Ding! Sect construction upgraded to level 10. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points increased. The system's data panel changed. Sect construction, level 10. Sect members, 7000,010,0000. Sect contribution points, 4899,010,0000. Sect achievement points, 010,000,000. Seeing that all the values had changed to 100,000, Jun Changxiao was stunned for a while, then he covered his face, his body trembling slightly, not knowing if he was happy or crying. What was the main mission? Make the sect the strongest in the falling star continent within 100 years. With the sect of all times' current strength, who in the entire plane would dare to compete with them? Not to mention the ancient sacred sect, even if they announced to the public that they were the strongest sect in history, no one would question it. However, there was another condition for the main mission: the number of disciples must reach 100,000. Therefore, even if the sect of all times had the absolute strength to dominate the continent, they would not complete the mission if the number of disciples did not meet the requirement. When the sect construction was upgraded to level 10, when the maximum number of members finally met the requirement, as long as they continued to recruit, as long as they recruited full members, they would not be far from completing the biggest main mission. Zhao Daodu and the others had been waiting for a long time to be recruited. Jun Changshao had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he had worked hard for a long time. At that moment, transmigrating to another world, crying while eating noodles, recruiting Lu Qianxian, saving Li Qingyang, recruiting 100 disciples. Fragments of memories appeared in his mind like a movie. There were hardships, and also warmth and joy. The system roared in his ear, "It's not the end yet, why are you thinking so much?" That's true. Jun Changshao threw away the emotional memories, stood up from the chair, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Awesome, awesome, awesome, yay yay yay." What a pity. The system said, the construction upgrade did not give the sect function. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to level 10. You have obtained the right to enhance the sect's functions once. Friendly reminder, you can only enhance one function from the existing ones. Please consider carefully. Jun Changshao heard the prompt. The system gathered its emotions for 3 seconds and roared, "Who the hell did I offend? Enhance the functions of the sect." While Jun Changshao's eyes were filled with surprise, he found that the elixir pavilion, forging pavilion, and other functions listed in the sect's function list all had the word, upgradable. The system said unhappily, they must be too lazy to come up with a follow-up function, so they can only strengthen it once on the basis of the original function. It's the same old trick used by mobile phone manufacturers. Only one function can be upgraded. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "I have to think about it." There were so many functions to construct a system that would make the sect stronger. Since it was difficult to upgrade all of them, they had to choose the most valuable one. Pill Pavilion. After some consideration, Jun Changshao made a decision in his heart. In terms of equipment and martial arts, the sect of all times was not particularly lacking. Pills were the daily necessities of the disciples and could be said to be extremely important. Therefore, in his opinion, upgrading the pill pavilion was undoubtedly the most cost-effective. The system said, "I think so too." Jun Changshao directly pressed the button, and a prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Pill Pavilion has been successfully upgraded to Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version. Whoosh! The 3 words, Pill Pavilion, were written on the sect's function list, and the 3 words, Enhanced Version, appeared behind it. Go Xing complained helplessly, "What the hell do you mean by Enhanced Version? Could it be that the Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version only had 3 additional words? There must be a change." Jun Changshao pressed on a pill formula and was instantly delighted to find that the number of herbs needed had significantly decreased. This meant that after the enhancement, the expenditure of resources would be greatly reduced. Swoosh! He then pressed on the half-saint pill that had just been matched not long ago. Originally, it required hundreds of herbs, but now, only 50 were left. This is great. Jun Changshao was so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot. See if the refining time of the pills has been reduced. The system reminded. Okay. He selected 10 high-grade energy-gathering pills and pressed the refining button. In just a short minute, there were continuous ding-ding-ding sounds. Jun Changshao was so excited that he directly jumped up and broke through the ceiling. His head was stuck in the ceiling, and his body was suspended in the air. Under normal circumstances, refining a high-grade healing pill would take about 2 to 3 minutes. After the Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version, refining 10 pills would only take 1 minute. The improvement in speed was simply too exaggerated. Although there were no new functions that appeared after the sect was upgraded by 10 levels, it gave the pill pavilion an opportunity to save herbs and refine pills faster. It was undoubtedly very good. Too lazy to make up a follow-up function. That was pure bullshit. Area. Jun Changshao, who was excited for a long time, said telepathically, "I'll leave this place to you. Teach any prisoners who dare to riot or escape from prison a lesson." "Yes, master." Arya smiled brightly. Being able to discipline the prisoners in the prison anytime and anywhere was much more comfortable than disciplining the unclean attributes. In the following time, a very queen-like petite figure could be seen in every cell of the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The whip in her hand gradually became the thing that the prisoners were most afraid of. Of course. Such a big prison couldn't only have one warden. There had to be a deputy warden. Heaven cell. Although Dai Lu changed into a prisoner's uniform similar to the zebra crossing, he was still imprisoned here because Jun Changshao hadn't thought of a suitable cell for him. Zhao Daodu was also imprisoned because he hadn't joined the sect. Creak. The door opened, and a ray of sunlight entered. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked in. The former held a brand new Sect of All Times uniform in his hand, while the latter skillfully placed the chair. Shua. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and crossed his legs. He clasped his hands together and said, "Fill in the form." Xiao Ziji took out a pen, ink, and an entry form. He looked at Zhao Daodu and said, "Name." Zhao Daodu. Gender. Male. After the entry process was completed, the patriarch's seal was stamped on it. The poor child who had been trapped in the prison for several years finally became a disciple of the Sect of All Times. Number 70001. Plop. Holding the brand new uniform with both hands, Zhao Daodu knelt in front of the window and looked at the sky outside. He couldn't help but cry and shout, "Father, Mother, your son is now a member of the Sect of All Times. Please be happy for me, please be proud of me. Junior brother." Li Qingyang smiled and said, "Change into it." Zhao Daodu wiped away his tears and put on the custom-made uniform. He tidied up his messy hair, then took a deep breath and walked towards the door of the prison that led to the light. Outside. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the other disciples lined up twice. When they saw the new disciple walk out, they all smiled and greeted him, "Junior brother." These two simple words deeply touched Zhao Daodu's heart. After adapting to the sunlight that he hadn't seen for a long time, the most sincere smile appeared on his face. "My name is Zhao Daodu. I finally got out of prison today. I also finally became a disciple of the Sect of All Times. No, why did the senior brothers send me to a prison called Tianyuan Prison Pagoda? Daodu." Jun Changshao's voice sounded in his ear, "This prison was built according to your idea, so from today onwards, I will appoint you as the deputy warden of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. You will enjoy the treatment of a deputy hall master." Zhao Daodu almost fainted. He thought that after becoming a disciple of the Sect of All Times, he could live and cultivate with his fellow disciples and walk to the peak of life. In the end, just as he regained the light, he was sent to an even darker prison. Chapter 12:12. Zhao Daodu was only slightly frustrated by the temporary access to the light screen and then the endless darkness, but he soon became energetic. "That's right. I'm out of prison, and I'm in again. But not as a prisoner, but as a deputy warden." Thud. Zhao Daodu tidied up his clothes and walked into the prison with his head held high and his chest puffed out. "My former cellmates. From today on, I'll take good care of you." Smack. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking. Zhao Daodu was whipped on the back without warning. The pain that hit his soul suddenly surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but howl. "Don't make noise in the prison. Arya raised the whip and lashed out fiercely. Smack, smack, smack. Ah, ah, ah. In the monitoring room. Arya was like a child who had done something wrong. She stood in the corner with her head down and her hands rubbed the corner of her clothes. She whispered, "Master, he didn't say he was a deputy warden." Zhao Daodu, who was tortured beyond words, collapsed on the ground and wanted to vomit blood. Big sister. You whipped me, and the pain that hurt my soul made me howl in pain. I didn't even have the chance to introduce myself. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and said, "I'll leave this prison to you too. You must help each other in the future. Don't let me down." Yes. Zhao Daodu endured the pain. Arya muttered in her heart, "Can such a rookie be a deputy warden?" With Zhao Daodu's strength, it was indeed difficult for him to manage the imprisoned Emperor Wu and Wusheng. But don't forget that he knew how to cheat, and he had a mouth that could speak chicken soup for the soul at any time. Ha ha ha. In the heaven prison, Dai Lu covered his face and laughed. That annoying guy who was as annoying as a fly was finally out of prison. This was definitely something worth celebrating. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened again. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaomao walked in, and then carried Dai Lu out of the prison without any explanation. Are you going to torture me again? Humph. If I frown, I'll take your surname. During this period of time, Dai Lu had been bullied by many disciples. He had long since become accustomed to it and was completely unafraid. After walking out of the cell, the strong sunlight made him close his eyes instinctively. When he gradually adapted to it and was ready to open them again, he suddenly felt that the environment had turned dark again. Creak. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji closed the door and left. Dai Lu steadied himself and opened his eyes in a daze. He realized that he was in an environment that was even darker than heaven. The ground was paved with stone slabs, which looked exceptionally neat. Where is this place? Coming, brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Dai Lu's facial muscles immediately stiffened. Not only was this voice familiar, but it was also very unforgettable. After a while, Dai Lu turned his head with difficulty and saw Zhao Daodu standing in front of him with a bright smile on his face. He was here. Hadn't he been released from prison? Zhao Daodu smiled and said, "This is Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, a luxurious underground prison. I'm the deputy warden. Brother, you're now one of the prisoners under my management. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Pfft. Dai Lu spat out blood on the spot. He thought that he had finally gotten rid of the annoying fly. In the end, not only did they meet again, but their relationship had also changed. TSK, TSK. Arya, who was sitting in the distance, said in surprise, "I didn't know that my deputy warden had some ability." A smile was enough to make a prisoner spit out blood. "Don't talk nonsense." She shouted, "Hurry up and take this kid to the first floor of the prison." Yes. After all, Zhao Daodu was the deputy warden, so he obeyed her orders and hurriedly escorted Dai Lu to the lowest level of the prison. "Brother, you're really awesome." On the way, he said with great admiration, "All the prisoners locked up in the first floor of the prison are at the Martial Grand Emperor realm. The fact that the Patriarch locked you up here means that you have great potential." Although Zhao Daodu had just become the deputy warden, he already knew enough about Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, especially that the prisoners were assigned to different floors according to their strength. Dai Lu didn't say anything. If I had great potential, how could I be a prisoner? Patriarch. In the study, Li Qingyang was puzzled and said, "Dai Lu has just entered Wu Huang. Why is he locked up in the first floor of the prison?" Jun Changshao said, "Because it's very dangerous." Very dangerous? Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changshao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, "This boy has been locked up for a long time, but he still hasn't surrendered to me. This means that he has great perseverance. As long as he has the opportunity, he can achieve great things. If that's the case, why keep him? Li Qingyang asked. Because, Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, dealing with a tough guy is more challenging than subduing a martial grand emperor. Host, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger in your bosom? The system asked. Jun Changshao said, do you think the author will play out such a melodramatic plot? The system was silent for a while and said, unless his brain was kicked by a donkey. Jun Changshao said, so no matter what, I will take that guy in. If he really doesn't surrender, he can spend the rest of his life in the first floor of the prison. Maybe in the future, he can happily pick up soap with the martial grand emperors. In the first floor of the prison, Dai Lu was placed in an independent cell. The environment inside was really good. There was a soft bed, a bathroom, and many books to read. Dai Lu sat cross-legged on the bed and let out a long breath. The Qi meridian had been unlocked, and Wu Huang's cultivation had completely recovered. However, he was not happy at all. This was because the soul that helped him become stronger was gone. Even though there were still powerful heaven and earth attributes here, it would be difficult for him to improve with his aptitude. Sigh. Dai Lu shook his head and said, it's hard to escape from prison. Even if you have the cultivation of a martial grand emperor, you can only live alone for the rest of your life. So. Zhao Daodu leaned his head over and said, joining my sect of all times is your wise choice. Dai Lu roared, how did you get in? Of course I walked in. Zhao Daodu sat down on the bed and said, you have been locked up in the sect of all times for a long time. You should know that becoming a member can make you stronger. Why do you insist? Why don't you compromise? Because, Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, this is my principle. Principle my ass, Zhao Daodu said, you are stubborn. You want to keep up appearances so that you can suffer. These words hit the nail on the head. From the fact that he had been possessed by a soul and forced to break through quickly, and still adhered to his principle of not harming the innocent, it showed that Dai Lu had a conscience. The label of villain would not belong to him even if it was Jun Changxiao's turn. The conflict between him and Go Sheng originated from the first chapter, as well as the Spirit Spring sect that was involved later. Because he was too stubborn, he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. He had always treated Jun Changxiao and the sect of all times as enemies. Surrender to the enemy? He, who had principles, could not do such a thing that would lead to eternal infamy. I heard about your matter from my senior brothers, Zhao Daodu said, it's nothing more than the patriarch destroying your sect. Gotcha. Dai Lu clenched his fists, saying angrily, the hatred of destroying my sect is no different from the hatred of killing my father. Sigh. Zhao Daodu shook her head, and then she withdrew a command token and said, do you recognize this? Dai Lu glanced at it, saying in surprise, this is the identity token of a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect. You are also a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect. That's right. Zhao Daodu's eyes shone with the light of the past, then slowly said, if we count according to the time I entered the sect, you should call me senior brother. Dai Lu looked at him. You may think that I am lying to you. But the truth is, I really was a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect. Later, for some reason, I defected. Zhao Daodu's face was sincere. What reason? You should have heard of the Black Wind Stronghold. I have. 10 years ago, thousands of people in Shaolin Village and Dongyang Village were slaughtered in one night. Have you heard of it? I have. The Black Wind Stronghold did it. What do you mean by telling me this? The Black Wind Stronghold did such a heartless thing because the Spirit Spring sect instructed them to do it behind the scenes. The two are just jackals of the same tribe. Ha ha ha. Dai Lu suddenly laughed. I understand now. You telling me so much is to let me know that the Spirit Spring Sect is a completely evil sect. You want me to let go of my grudge against the sect of all times. Although he was mercilessly exposed, Zhao Daodu didn't panic. A true master of deception, when deceiving others, first deceives himself. You are wrong. Zhao Daodu stood up, roaring, I just want you to know, even if an evil sect isn't destroyed by the patriarch, sooner or later it will be destroyed by the heavens. You are such an unyielding man, you shouldn't seek justice for the Spirit Spring Sect, because it doesn't deserve. The last 3 words splashed Dai Lu's face with saliva. As a disciple, I can seek revenge. Then let me ask you. Zhao Daodu pointed to the sky, his emotions reaching the peak. He roared, the thousands of villagers who died, the women who were humiliated, the children who were buried alive, who should avenge them. My patriarch destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect to get rid of evil for the people, to do justice for the heavens. But you, Dai Lu, as a man, not only do you help the evildoers, you also seek justice for a sect that deserves to die. Is this your so-called principle? Bullshit. Fuck your bullshit principle. At the end, Zhao Daodu's voice was almost hoarse. His entire face was red and ferocious, veins popping out on his forehead. This kind of textbook-level acting would make Su Xiaomua feel ashamed. Dai Lv remained silent from the beginning to the end. Every word he heard was like a sharp sword, madly attacking his heart, attacking his seemingly invincible belief. Arya, who was standing outside, opened her small mouth, her face filled with disbelief. He clearly didn't have a strong cultivation base, so why was it that when he roared, he emitted a very special aura? Why was it so contagious? At this moment, Arya's attitude towards Zhao Daodu changed. She truly recognized the deputy warden that her master sent to her. Jun Changshao sat in the monitoring room. He saw the scene just now through the projection array. He couldn't help but sigh, with this person here, who can't be persuaded to surrender and be used by the sect of all times. Chapter 12-13. Zhao Daodu's anger and roaring emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. It was simply textbook acting. No wonder he could cheat for so many years in a world where martial arts were respected. Here came the problem. Was what Zhao Daodu said before true? The token was fake. The identity of a Spirit Spring Sect disciple was also fake. However, the destruction of the 2 villages 10 years ago was true, and the culprits were indeed Haifengzhai and Spirit Spring Sect. The 2 forces were destroyed by Jun Changshao. It should have been a secret that no one knew, but it was later investigated by the Drizzle Hall. This was definitely not an excuse for what Jun Changshao had done in the past, because there was no right or wrong in the world of martial arts. Moreover, a bandit group and a hired assassin had repeatedly launched sneak attacks on them. Was the reason not enough to destroy them? People with principles are worthy of respect. Zhao Daodu calmed down and said, if you defend evil because of principles, you will only be despised by the world. Is there a need to say that? Think about it yourself. Creak. Zhao Daodu closed the door and left the prison. He, who had not used deception for a long time, was still so relaxed. I'm really a fucking genius. Wow! Arya exclaimed, you are so powerful. It was unknown whether Dai Lu was convinced or not, but this prison warden had already approved of the deputy warden. Shua! Zhao Daodu flipped his hair and said, don't be infatuated with this brother is just a legend. Seeing his self-satisfied face, Arya held the soul-subduing whip tightly, and the impulse to hit 999 combos rose in her heart. Just kidding, just kidding. Pa 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 pa. Dai Lu was stunned for a long time in the prison, and then lowered his head to look at the token with the words, Spirit Spring Sect, engraved on it, and the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. Why do I have to take revenge? Is it really because the Spirit Spring Sect was destroyed? Memories of the past emerged in Dai Lu's mind, and he thought for a long time before he understood. Revenge was only the second reason. The real reason was that he could not swallow the anger of being trampled under the feet of Jun Changshao at the beginning of the first chapter. He could not swallow the anger that he could not even defeat his disciple Yi Xingchen. Brother! Stop fooling around. One was the time travel system, the other was the reincarnation school of the great emperor, the most powerful existence in novels. Don't deceive yourself. How can you compete with these monsters? His beliefs and principles were gradually being shaken. In the following period of time, Zhao Daodu never came. She didn't even appear in front of him. Since she had already given him instructions, she needed to give him time to think. If it was too frequent, it would seem too deliberate. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jun Changshao occasionally came to the prison to ask. Seeing that Dai Lu was still not enlightened, he shook his head and said, "Since you can't do it, then use Arya's method." Patriarch. Zhao Daodu hurriedly said, "Give him a little more time, and he will definitely figure it out." "All right. I'll leave it to you." Jun Changshao had just casually said that to deal with unyielding people, if he relied on Arya's soul whip to make them yield, it would be meaningless. Because the sect's achievement value was more than 20,000 at the beginning, even if he was promoted now, the exclusive sect task had not been completed, so he could still hear the two kinds of rewards every day. Under the strengthened version of the Elixir Pavilion, various elixirs for cultivation were produced one after another and distributed to the disciples for cultivation, and the effect was also greatly increased. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "The newly refined gathering qi elixir is very effective, and the progress of the small realm of the same sect will be faster." N. Jun Changshao nodded and then leaned back on the chair. His mind was full of thoughts on how to refine the half-step Wu Xing elixir. With all kinds of resources, although the sect's disciples' progress was fast, it was just a small realm. They had to rely on this to enter the big realm. For example, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were stuck at the peak of Wu Huang for a period of time. If they had the half-step Saint elixir, it would not be difficult for them to advance. It's time to go to the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changshao had been waiting for the sect's construction to be upgraded. Now that it was completed, he focused on the special place in the universe. Of course. It was not to cause trouble. He planned to sneak in and carefully investigate the internal situation, and at the same time, go to the underground black market to look for materials. The second-class residents were all martial emperors, and the subordinates sent to investigate were not weak either. Jun Changshao was still quite cautious about this mysterious place. Starry Sky Fortress. Lord. A black-robed old man walked into the secret room and said, "General Wu, who was sent to investigate, has been confirmed dead." "Who killed him?" The fortress master sat cross-legged on a stone bed. Because he was wearing a mask, it was difficult to see his expression. However, one could hear anger in his voice. "We can't find out for now. However, with Guan Jiu and the other person, I think it might have something to do with the falling star continent." The black-robed old man said. "The falling star continent is just a low-level realm, and the strongest person is not here. How could they have the ability to kill General Wu?" The fortress master said. "Perhaps." The black-robed old man was silent for a while and said, "The murderer is someone else who deliberately created the illusion that it was done by the falling star continent, so as to distract us and get away with it." "It's not impossible." The fortress master said, "We'll talk about this after I've recovered from my injuries." "Yes." The black-robed old man received the order and left. On the way, he was puzzled and thought to himself, someone in the mortal universe can actually hurt the Lord. This is a bit unbelievable. The fortress master continued to use his cultivation method, enveloping himself with majestic energy. However, every time he thought of the terrifying aura that suppressed him, he thought to himself in fear, could it be the power from the upper realm? Falling star continent, outside the universe. The white Rakshasa, who came to send him off, asked again, "Little brother, are you really going to the cosmic fortress alone? It's too dangerous." The black Rakshasa said, "We'll go with you." Standing on the ancient warship, Jun Changshao said, "Brothers, you should stay and protect the sect." If he was going to cause trouble, he would definitely bring 2 super fighters. However, this trip was just to gather information. If they were responsible for the sect's safety, he would be able to play without worry. "All right." The white Rakshasa cupped her hands and said, "Little brother, have a safe trip." "Brothers," Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "I'll leave the falling star continent and the sect of all times to you." "Little brother, don't worry." The black Rakshasa vowed, "With the 2 of us here, no one will be able to break in." Whoosh, in the dark universe, the ancient warship turned into a streak of light and flew over. On this day, Jun Changshao left the falling star continent and merged with the vast universe. This meant that he had officially embarked on the path to conquering the Sea of Stars. Cosmic Fortress, thousands of planes. A sonorous and powerful shout resounded in the endless universe. "Your emperor is here." Chapter 12-14. No one knew how big the universe was. However, there was one thing that was certain: the vast starry sky that was like a mother had nurtured countless planes that formed their own systems. The falling star continent was just one of them. It was the most inconspicuous grain of sand in the Ganges River. Standing on the ancient warship and looking at the endless dark universe, Jun Changshao also deeply felt that although he had a cultivation base, he was exceptionally small in the boundless starry sky. So, the system said, only martial artists will seek the peak of martial arts, hoping to break through the void one day. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It is the fate of martial artists to not accept their fate. But who knows if there is a bigger cage waiting for them after breaking free from this cage? If there is, they will also go. Why? The mortal universe has too many limitations. If they want to break through to a higher level and have a longer lifespan, even if they know that there is a bigger cage waiting outside the cage, they have to give it a try. That makes sense." Jun Changshao, who was at the peak of Wuxia, could live for a long time as long as the soul bomb did not explode. But it was not true eternity. Knowing that breaking through the void could prolong one's life, could it be that he could ascend or not and wait for the end of his life? He could live. Who would be willing to die? Sigh. Jun Changshao said, "I am also an ordinary person." Beep. 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 Suddenly, a sound came from the cockpit. The spirit stones embedded in the engine were about to be used up. "No way." Jun Changshao broke down and said, "We have only flown for a short distance and the energy is already out." Boom. Boom. In the gloomy forest, the earth shook frequently. Dozens of huge ferocious beasts like Tyrannosaurus Rex walked over. Their big emotionless eyes locked onto 10 disheveled humans wearing animal skin clothes. "What's wrong? We are going to die today. It's all He Zha's fault. He didn't listen to the chief's orders and took us out without permission." Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Compared to the group of beasts that were as tall as mountains, these humans with primitive spears in their hands were like pitiful little ants. Roar! Roar! The huge creatures roared, their voices shaking the world. Hoo hoo hoo! One of the ferocious beasts suddenly raised its foot and stomped down on the 10 weak humans. Although the strength it emitted was barely comparable to that of a martial master, it was undoubtedly fatal to the latter. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The 10 of them knew that there was no hope of escaping, so they could only close their eyes. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping up gusts of wind, sweeping them all away, falling to the ground in various postures. What was going on? Everyone steadied themselves and tried to open their eyes. A large ship with a heavy aura appeared out of thin air in his field of vision. The group of beasts that were as tall as mountains were lying on the ground, with large holes in their heads. Blood and XX flowed all over the ground. All 10 of them were dumbfounded. Shwa! A human figure flew out from the ship and hovered in midair. With a wave of his hand, he collected the scattered crystal cores and said, "Although the level is not high, the energy contained inside is not bad." Everyone turned pale with fright. That guy could actually fly and hover in the air. Oh my God, could it be that a god had descended to Earth? Plop! Plop! Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed with the most devout attitude. However, when they raised their heads, they found that the ship and the people were gone. Only the corpses of the beasts were left. Jun Changshao drove the warship out of the world of demonic beasts and continued to travel through the vast starry sky. He didn't look back at all. During this period, he entered many planes. Some were dominated by humans, while others were dominated by other races. It could be said that each plane had its own style and characteristics. Life is like a journey. You don't have to care about the destination. What you care about is the scenery along the way and the feeling of enjoying the scenery. After flying out of a plane, Jun Changshao stood on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Let the soul travel. Bah! The system said. Why did it have to spit? Because this guy's soul was traveling. The plane that he had just visited was already in chaos. Who stole the heaven and earth treasure that I have collected for hundreds of years? It's that bastard. He dug out the 9 spirits jade Ganoderma. Brother, our spirit stone mine has been robbed. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are gone. Lord Patriarch, the secret manuals in the library have all been stolen. Almost on the same day, all the major sects and forces in the plane were visited by thieves. All kinds of martial arts resources were calculated. The economic losses were immeasurable. Moreover, the thieves had a common point. Their reputation were very bad in the pugilistic world. There were even many vicious and evil people. The most troublesome thing was, after the thief succeeded in the theft, he wrote 5 words on the wall: Handsome thief Jun Liuxiang. Handsome thief. Jun Liuxiang. Who the hell is this person? Fuck his grandpa. How dare he steal from me? I must make him suffer. The various forces that had been robbed began to mobilize people and use their connections to carry out a carpet search. The name, Handsome Thief Jun Liuxiang, gradually spread and became a hot topic among the martial artists. At the current speed, it will take about half a month to reach the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changshao held the Starry Sky map and looked at the dozens of plane markings on the route. He thought to himself, I'll visit one after another. After all, it's not easy to come out. The system said, Host, it's best to keep a low profile. Some planes' overall strength is not to be trifled with. Once discovered, you might not be able to come out. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, I know what I'm doing. Swish. The scene changed spiritually. The ancient battlefield was in the sky above a certain plane. Dozens of martial emperors' auras appeared around it, as if they could crush heaven and earth. Fuck your grandpa. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and roared, Is your mouth blessed? Little thief, you dare to sneak into my limitless divine palace's spirit fields to steal medicinal herbs. No one in the world can save you. An old man in Taoist robes reprimanded angrily. In front of him, there were more than 10 experts with similar cultivation. They were all the top forces of limitless divine palace. And the plane that Goxing entered, whether it was the number of people or the overall strength, was above the 9 heavens continent. Simply put. He kicked an iron plate. Everyone. Jun Changshao said seriously, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The limitless divine palace experts obviously wouldn't listen to his nonsense. They released even more pressure. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. He raised his right hand lightly, and his entire body was instantly covered by the Xianyuan divine armor. The Sky Tyrant spear appeared from the void, and he transformed into Lu Bu. With a cold gaze, he said, "From now on, the battlefield is under my control." The limitless divine palace leader's expression changed slightly. He transmitted, "The battle armor and weapon on this child's body are clearly extraordinary. His strength must be extremely strong. We must not lower our guard." And all the experts waited solemnly. Huff, huff, huff. A violent aura spread out from Jun Changxiao's body. It was as if he had turned into a devil walking out from the darkness. He said, "If God blocks, I'll kill God. If devil blocks, I'll kill devil." Swish, the ancient warship turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After a long while, the limitless divine palace experts came back to their senses and almost vomited blood on the spot. So that guy had armed himself to the teeth just to confuse everyone and take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 12-15. All kinds of equipment were summoned, and all kinds of pretentious words were uttered, indicating that an exciting battle was about to begin. In the end, Jun Changshao actually ran away. Go Sheng. Why did I come out from the falling star continent? Isn't it just to go to the cosmic fortress? So there's no point in fighting with those people. It's better to hurry. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and said, "You're a coward." The system said, "Don't make so many excuses." Jun Changshao couldn't be bothered with it. He focused all his attention on the cosmic fortress. As for the planes that they were passing by, he had no interest in them. However, traveling in the vast universe wasn't safe. Not to mention the various undercurrents and meteorites, there were also many space bandits like the handsome man. Swish. 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 Just as Jun Changshao stopped the ship to change the energy source, a few battleships flew over from afar. There were hundreds of martial artists on them. Some were strong, and some were weak. The leader was a middle-aged man whose strength was comparable to a martial emperor. The strongest of the falling star continent is very cheap in the vast universe. Jun Changshao thought to himself. Nonsense. The system said, there are countless planes in the mortal universe. Sending one from each plane is already a huge number. That's true. Jun Changshao walked out from the cockpit and smiled. What's the matter? The bandit boss, who had been in this region for many years, sneered. Kid, your battleship's grade isn't low. You should know the rules of this business, right? No. Jun Changshao said. The bandit boss smiled. Then I'll let you know today. Boom. 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 A moment later, a series of explosions appeared in the starry sky. The few battleships turned into nothingness, and the flickering light illuminated the darkness. Swish. The ancient battleship flew out. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship with many interspatial rings in his hands. He shook his head and said, I was still worried about where to rob. Instead, they came to me. Gosheng didn't want to provoke a powerful force like the immeasurable divine palace because he was in a hurry. However, as long as those bandits in the universe dared to provoke him, they would definitely retaliate and rob him. They might even take the initiative to attack in order to obtain resources. As a result, on the way to the interstellar fortress, all the interstellar bandits were met with a nightmare. Give, give, give. In a desolate plain, a bandit leader who had been robbing people for hundreds of years endured his heavy injuries and offered up all his assets. Hundreds of his subordinates were lying behind him. Some had been killed, while others were playing dead. Schwa. Jun Changshao accepted it unceremoniously and said coldly, "If you dare to kill and rob again, I will come and take your life at any time." "Understood, understood." Swish! The ancient battlefield tore through the void, merging into the boundless universe. "Awesome!" Jun Changshao grinned as he reclined on the chair. He had already been on the road for 10 days. During this time, he had plundered more than 10 bandit territories and obtained countless martial arts resources. In particular, he had obtained many high-grade spirit stones which could barely be used as fuel. Boom! Boom! One day, Jun Changshao arrived at a certain region of the universe and vaguely heard movement. Thus, he released his spiritual senses and saw a faint flame flickering in the distance. It was very similar to the scene of an interstellar warship exploding. Swish! Swish! Several streaks of light rushed out from the flame. They were 4 experts whose strength was not inferior to the handsome man. At this moment, they were battered and exhausted, but they still released their spiritual energy to form a group and enveloped a young man who was about 13 or 14 years old. Swish! Swish! Dozens of streaks of light flew out from the flame. They were wearing the same black armor, and the leaders among them were also abnormally strong. The 2 groups of people, one in front and one behind, were engaged in a chase in the universe. "TSK, TSK." Jun Changshao said, "Their formation is quite big." On the way here, he had encountered experts who were fighting due to some kind of grudge, but the number of people was limited to 2 or 3. This was the first time he had seen such a level and number. In particular, the young man who was enveloped was wearing extraordinary clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, one could tell that he was a noble. Now that he was being chased by a large group of soldiers, could he be a descendant of a plane in distress? "Little brother." At this moment, a slightly hurried voice sounded in his ear. "This old man is willing to pay a large amount of spirit stones to let young master safely leave this place on your worship." The one who spoke was the white-haired old man who was protecting the young man. From his pale face, it could be seen that his injuries were very serious. If they were caught, they would definitely die. Seeing injustice on the road, he would draw his sword to help. Jun Changshao asked without hesitation, "What grade?" "How many spirit stones?" 1,000,000 ninth grade spirit stones. The old man transmitted his voice. From the speed of his words, it was obvious that he could not wait to throw the young man he was protecting over. There was no other way. He and the other 3 were already injured, and the warship was also destroyed. It was impossible to shake off the pursuers behind them, so they could only pin their hopes on this passing outsider. Was he not afraid that they were accomplices? At this point, he could only take the gamble. The old man made the right bet. Jun Changshao was really passing by. Moreover, this guy was not a chivalrous person, but as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would definitely be very tempted. Go Xing did not understand the concept of 9th grade spirit stones, but he still said, "Throw it over." "Young master." The white-haired old man said, "You must survive. You must restore the glory of the Tianyuan continent." Shwa. As he spoke, he and the other 3 used all their strength to throw the energy ball that protected the young man from the spatial tear onto the warship's flight path. Huff, huff, huff. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and his powerful spiritual energy turned into a solid giant hand. It caught the energy ball as if it was a baseball, and then forcefully pulled it over. Pang! The energy ball was completely exhausted, and it instantly collapsed into nothingness. The young man fell to the ground, and then he hurriedly stood up and shouted sorrowfully, "You guys come up too." At this point, he suddenly stopped speaking. Because the 4 experts had resolutely turned around and charged towards the group of black-armored experts, specks of light gradually gathered. Shit! Jun Changshao's face changed drastically. They want to self-destruct their soul. Whoosh! The ancient warship flew over at an extremely fast speed, and the energy in the control room was completely exhausted in an instant. Boom! Boom! In the next second after the warship left, a magnificent explosion occurred in the area where it was previously, and the space around it shook violently. They're crazy. Seeing the huge mushroom cloud caused by the self-destruction of the soul, Jun Changxiao's expression became interesting. Plop! The young man knelt on the deck, and tears fell like rain. Gone. My last family member is gone. Jun Changxiao walked over and reached out to take the 2 space rings from his waist. He found that there were indeed 1,000,000 spirit stones that were stronger than the 6-pointed star stone, and so he comforted him. Little guy, the dead cannot be brought back to life. My condolences. Revenge. The young man clenched his fists, and blood flowed out. He said angrily, I will definitely avenge my father and the people of the Tianyuan continent. Because of the anger in his heart, he fainted on the spot. Tianyuan continent. The name of the continent reminded Jun Changxiao of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing tower, and so he muttered, is there a connection between the two? Chapter 12:16. I swear. The system said, the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda was definitely not stolen from someone else. What about the remnant scroll? That is just a special existence. Jun Changxiao had a suspicious look on his face. The system said, excluding the remnant scroll, all the items purchased in the store were obtained through legal channels. The host has no doubt about this. Like hell I'll believe you. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes, then grabbed the young man and placed him in the cabin. Then, he replaced the energy and continued on their journey. Since he was paid, he had to help. In this aspect, Go Sheng was very honest. However, he was still considering whether the Tianyuan continent and the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda were related, or if the latter was a treasure of the former that was stolen by the system. It was actually very simple to understand this point. He just had to wait for the young man to wake up and ask him directly. Cough, cough. A day later, the young man woke up from his coma. Thinking of the scene of the 4 powerhouses self-destructing, he was extremely depressed and sat down with his head down, tears dripping down. He had been on the run in the universe for a long time and had been protected by 4 bodyguards. He had long established a relationship that surpassed that of a master and servant. Jun Changxiao expressed his understanding and put down a pile of tissues. The young man tried to calm down and said politely, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Jun Changxiao said, "You took the money, so it's only right." The young man was slightly stunned and then said bitterly, "You're very honest, unlike some people who say one thing on the surface and another behind their backs." "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "People's hearts are separated by their bellies. Who knows if they're good or bad?" The young man did not speak anymore. "You're from the Tianyuan continent?" Jun Changxiao asked. "Yes." "Have you heard of the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda?" Hearing this, the young man said with a pained expression, "That's the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent." Fuck. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart, "And you still say it's not stolen?" "It's not stolen." The system insisted, "It's definitely not stolen." "Then it's stolen." The system was speechless. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "If the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda had not mysteriously disappeared for thousands of years, our Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed." Disappeared for thousands of years? A stunned expression appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. The system finally seized the opportunity and roared angrily, "The host has only bought it a few years ago. The timing doesn't match at all. Do you understand now?" "Tsk," Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "maybe the system can skip the past and the future by stealing things." The system was so angry that it was speechless. "Wait." The young man suddenly raised his head and asked in astonishment, "How do you know about the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing tower?" This. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, I often travel to the major plains. Naturally, I heard it from others. I see. The young man didn't take it to heart. Jun Changshao asked curiously, what's the artifact like in the Tianyuan continent? He was not 100% sure that the heaven origin soul suppressing tower in his hands was the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent. After all, it was common to see people with the same name in novels, let alone in the mortal realm. I've never seen it before. The young man said, I've only heard of it. It looks like, when Jun Changshao heard the description, he was absolutely sure that the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent was his heaven origin soul suppressing tower. Regardless of how the system got it, he was traveling in the vast universe and met a warrior with a divine weapon. Was this the legendary will of the heavens? What's your name? The young man asked. Jun Changshao said, Jun Chao Shui. He tue. The young man's expression was a little interesting, but he bowed again and said, although I took the money, Brother Jun saved me. I still have to thank you. Jun Changshao said, what's your name? Shang Yuhen. What's your identity in the Tianyuan continent? Shang Yuhen was silent. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I'm just asking. It didn't matter if the other party was the son of the plain or a relative of the royal family. It had nothing to do with him. He just needed to send him to the next plane safely. Shang Yuhen said, my identity is the prince of the Shang Empire of the Tianyuan continent. No wonder you have such a temperament. Jun Changshao wasn't surprised. Temperament? Shang Yuhen said self-deprecatingly, what kind of temperament can a wanderer with a ruined country have? Jun Changshao didn't ask in detail because he could roughly guess from the situation just now. It was nothing more than an accident in the empire, and then under the protection of a few strong warriors, he killed his way out and began to wander the universe. It was very pitiful. But something like this would happen often. I will send you to the next plane. Jun Changshao said. Shang Yuhen said, Brother Jun, those who are chasing after me, they won't easily. Jun Changshao interrupted, I'm only responsible for helping you get out of danger. I'm not responsible for your safety in the future. So whether they come after you or not has nothing to do with me. These words were very realistic and cruel. Shang Yuhen could tell from the conversation just now, so he wasn't surprised. He said seriously, I will continue to spend money to hire you. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, I'm the master of a sect, not the king of mercenaries. Besides, do you still have money? When Go Xing took the ring, he had already searched Shang Yuhen's body with his spiritual sense. He didn't find any other spatial rings, so he didn't think that Shang Yuhen had the ability to hire a handsome god like him as a bodyguard. Yes. Shang Yuhen raised his hand, and the space suddenly rippled. He then reached in and took out a ring, there are 5 million spirit stones inside. I hope Brother Jun can guarantee my safety. As a former prince, he had already realized that this worship was extraordinary. Since the other party had it, he must be very strong. Maybe he could really help him get away from the pursuit of his enemies. Swoosh! Jun Changshao sat beside Shang Yuhen and put a hand on his shoulder, meeting in the universe is fate. From now on, I will be responsible for your safety. At the same time, he reached out and took the ring. Thank you, Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen said. After Jun Changshao checked the goods, he said, of course, I can't protect you all year long. Tell me a place and I will send you there. I want to go. Shang Yuhen went silent for a while and said with a firm gaze, Universal Fortress. What a coincidence. Jun Changshao said, I want to go too. I can give you a ride. Shang Yuhen was surprised, why is Brother Jun going to the Universal Fortress? To visit an old friend. Jun Changshao said perfunctorily. Shang Yuhen was even more surprised, Brother Jun has a friend who lives in the Universal Fortress. He must be one of the top experts in the mortal universe. Can you tell me his name? Jun Changshao wanted to say that he was friends with the fortress master, but he felt that it was a little too much. So he changed the topic. What about you? Why are you going to the fortress? To ransom someone. Ransom someone? Jun Changshao was stunned. Shang Yohan's face was filled with pain. The ancestor who founded the great Shang Empire was imprisoned in the 9 levels of hell because he violated the rules. If I want to take revenge for the people of the continent, I can only ransom him. Jun Changshao said, Hell. The universal fortress used to be called Astral Hell. This hell actually means prison. It mainly imprisons criminals. Shang Yuhen said. Damn. That place actually has a prison system like my sect of all times. Jun Changshao's interest was piqued. Tell me about the 9 hells in detail. Shang Yuhen muttered in his heart, doesn't he have friends in the universal fortress? Why hasn't he heard of something that everyone knows? Gosheng didn't have any friends. He knew very little about the universal fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the falling star continent to investigate. Shang Yuhen told him what he knew about the 9 levels of hell. After Jun Changshao heard it, he thought to himself, he must have stolen the prison system of my sect of all times. Please. The system broke down. He has existed for a long time. Who is the one who stole who? Pa. Jun Changshao clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left hand. He suddenly realized, this universal fortress must be able to cross time and space and steal from the future to the past. The system roared, who would be so bored as to use a godly ability to steal a bullshit prison system? Shwa. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and looked around cautiously, maybe some big shot is using a godly ability to spy on me from the future. The system said helplessly, everyone come quickly, there is a big sand eagle here. Chapter 12-17. Jun Changshao learned from Shang Yuhen that there were 9 levels of hell in the interstellar fortress. They were similar to the prison he created, and each level held prisoners of different strengths. It was not important who he used as a reference. What was important was what did the interstellar fortress think of him as? That it could imprison martial artists from the mortal plane at will? I heard that the interstellar fortress is related to the higher realm, Shang Yuhen said. Higher realm? Jun Changshao thought of the enforcer bow that he had obtained earlier. It could shoot arrows of punishment by pulling the bowstring. The twin ghosts of black and white said that it came from the higher realm, and only the Jia Hall had it. Now that the interstellar fortress was related to it, could it be that the higher realm ordered it to be a prison built in the mortal plane to imprison all kinds of creatures that violated the rules? That's possible, the system agreed. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the interstellar fortress has the higher realm as its backer? I'm a little scared. Being scared is not the host's personality. If the heavens bully you, then go against them, the system said. Scram. Jun Chang smiled and said, don't stand here and make sarcastic remarks. He only wanted to complete the main quest now. If the conditions allowed, going to the higher realm to take a look was not a bad idea. As for going against the heavens, he had to think twice before doing so. After all, it was not a joke. Of course. Gosheng remembered the Jia Hall. Because the punishments and sanctions that he had to endure on the battlefield had to be approved by this department before they could be implemented. Damn it. Thinking of the old and new grudges, Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said angrily, when I ascend, I'll definitely overturn the Jia Hall. The seed of hatred that was buried in her heart had already grown to the point where the tip of a small lotus flower had just emerged. Jun Changshao asked Shang Yuhen about the strength of the Shang dynasty's ancestor and which level of hell he was imprisoned in. In the end, the answer he received was that he did not know. If you don't know anything, how are you going to ransom him? Get resources. Can the prisoners be ransomed? According to the rules of the interstellar fortress, as long as you pay enough resources, you can release him for a certain period of time. However, he will still be imprisoned in the end. Jun Changshao said, interesting. The person still had to be locked up. At most, they would be bailed out for a period of time with money. It could be used repeatedly. His own prison could also implement this model. The system complained, I'm just afraid that after receiving the ransom, the criminals will run to the ends of the earth and we won't be able to catch them. Jun Changshao said, that's why we still need to wait until we have absolute strength before we can implement it. Don't worry. He patted Shang Yohan's shoulder and said, since I've taken your money, I will bring you safely to the interstellar fortress. Thank you, Brother Jun. Swish, the ancient warship advanced at full speed, leaving behind a faint trail of light wherever it passed. Jun Changshao had completely given up on the idea of exploring other planes after accepting the money from the fallen prince. He focused all his attention on the journey to the Starry Sky Fortress. Of course. His interest in the Nine Hells was piqued. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda had just been built, so there were not many prisoners in there. The Nine Hells had existed for a long time, so there should be many prisoners from other planes. How strong were they as a whole? If Jun Changshao thought, all the prisoners in the Nine Hells are released, will the fortress master's mind explode on the spot? I don't know if his mind will explode or not, but I know that it will be a very scary thing. The system said. The Starry Sky Fortress's strength could be seen from the 2 investigations they had sent out. The prisoners locked up in the Nine Hells were definitely not ordinary people. Releasing them would be tantamount to a disaster. If the fortress master doesn't let me go, I'll just break the Nine Hells. Jun Changshao said calmly. The system said, that's a bit too much. Of course. Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and said, I can also transfer all the prisoners to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The system broke down, that's a very bold idea. No matter what, Gosheng already had his eyes on the Nine Hells. If the situation allowed, he would definitely do something. There were many meteorites in the universe. They slowly gathered together, forming a special existence similar to the Milky Way. Of course, it could also be described as a garbage dump, because not only were there rocks, there were also fragments and bones. At this moment, the ancient warship was traveling at a low speed in the garbage dump. Because the Milky Way covered a large area, Jun Changshao could not choose to take a detour. He could only carefully move through it. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said worriedly, it's easy to be ambushed in this garbage dump. As soon as he said that, the ancient warship went around a few giant meteorites. In front of the pile of rocks, there were several warships floating quietly, full of fully armed black-armored martial artists. Jun Changshao said helplessly, you really have a crow's mouth. Shang Yuhen smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with endless anger. Because the black-armored martial artists on the warships were his enemies. His home was gone. His family was gone. Why are they still not letting me go, and still want to kill me? Your Highness. The middle-aged leader standing at the bow of the warship smiled and said, quickly go to the Yellow Springs and meet your father. Gotcha. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. Of course. The middle-aged man said again, if you know what's good for you, hand over the great Shang's treasure. Perhaps you can avoid death. Shang Yuhen's eyes were about to split open, the great Shang's treasure is the blood and sweat of my ancestors. How can I hand it over to you ugly demons? Kakik. The middle-aged man laughed strangely, since you don't want to cooperate, then die. After saying that, he looked at Jun Changshao and said disdainfully, brat, you dare to help us hunt prey. You must be tired of living. I thought you were treating me as if I didn't exist. Jun Changshao shrugged. The middle-aged man said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you exist or not, because you will soon cease to exist. You want to kill me? Jun Changshao asked. The middle-aged man was amused by his words because this question was simply too stupid. General. One of his subordinates whispered, "This guy's worship is not bad." The middle-aged man had already noticed this and said indifferently, "Be careful when you attack. Don't damage the worship. This general still needs to drive it back." "Yes." Everyone shouted. The middle-aged man pointed at Jun Changshao and said, "Hurry up and get out." From the moment this guy appeared until now, he had not looked at Jun Changshao at all. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. "All right." Jun Changshao tapped his feet and flew out of the ancient battlefield. Because the area where the meteorites gathered also had a planar system, the feeling of being torn apart by the power of the universe was not very obvious. With his strength, he could easily deal with it. "Brother Jun!" Shang Yuhen shouted. There was still a chance to escape on the warship, but if he flew down like this, he would definitely be surrounded. Quite cooperative. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 1,000 black-armored cultivators on the warship flew out and then burst out with their cultivation. They split into two groups and charged at Jun Changshao and Shang Yuhen. They wanted to kill. They also wanted to take away the ancient warship. Chapter 12:18. Plop. At the edge of the garbage dump, the middle-aged leader stood on a meteorite. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. It was clear that it had been bombarded. From the only wound, he should have been attacked only once. The middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to any of the 5 tyrants. He was also wearing an armor that was not inferior to the battlefield specter. In the end, his chest was pierced through. However, the camera zoomed out. The river-like garbage dump showed a huge empty area that extended towards the meteorite where the middle-aged man was. There was not even a grain of sand in it. It also contained energy that had not completely dissipated. It felt like a raging river that was cut in half by a terrifying force. On the other side of the empty area, the ancient warship was quietly suspended in the air. Shang Yuhen, who was standing on the deck, was dumbstruck. In the end, he could not support himself and fell to the ground. His heart was in turmoil. As the only witness, he swore that he had never seen anything like this before. It would be unforgettable. Because Brother Jun had punched the black-armored martial artists when they rushed over. It was very plain. It felt like he had casually thrown it out. However, such a simple and unadorned punch actually contained a terrifying strength. Not only did it kill the thousands of black-armored martial artists, but it also directly destroyed the warship. The captain of the warship was even sent flying away, revealing the scene that was before everyone's eyes. Shang Yuhen was dumbfounded. He had guessed that Brother Jun was very strong from the ancient warship, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He could actually kill a lower-level space-breaking realm expert with one punch. Middle level. Shang Yuhen was shocked. Brother Jun must be middle level. The strongest realm in the falling star continent was Martial Emperor. However, there was no detailed division of the realms. In fact, in the mortal world's martial arts system, this realm was classified as Space-Breaking Realm. It was called Space-Breaking Realm, or Space-Breaking Realm. Space-Breaking Realm had a very clear division of the realms. They were lower level, middle level, and upper level. Before the Night Emperor fell, he belonged to the lower-level space-breaking realm. Experts of this level had a very good understanding of the heaven and earth attribute and the power of space. They were completely uncontrollable in the universe. To put it bluntly, they had already broken free from the shackles of the continent. As for ascending to the upper realm, he needed to comprehend the power of the universe. This kind of power was higher than the heaven and earth attribute of the continent, and could only be comprehended after reaching the lower void-piercing realm. When an elite cultivator comprehended the power of the universe, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle level of the void-piercing realm, and already had the qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. Of course, the middle level of the void-piercing tier was also considered to be in a hurry to throw away one's life. After reaching this level, many people would choose to ascend, but in the end, they would fail and die. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the success rate of a middle void-piercing realm cultivator ascending to the upper realm was less than 5%. On average, only 5 out of 100 people successfully ascended, but this still couldn't stop the desire of mortals to become stronger. Therefore, almost every day, there would be experts who died because of this. There were many reasons for failing to ascend. For example, the tempering of the physical body was not good enough, or the soul was not strong enough. However, the main reason was that one's understanding of the power of the universe was not comprehensive enough. Therefore, the upper void-piercing tier was born. Powerhouses of this realm would be greatly improved in all aspects, especially their understanding of the power of the universe. According to the author's statistics, the success rate of ascension was about 30%. The probability was greatly increased, but the success rate of breaking through to the upper void-piercing realm was much lower than that of the middle void-piercing realm. If anyone could reach this level, they would definitely be at the level of monsters in the mortal universe. It was precisely because the upper void-piercing realm was too difficult to reach, and because of lifespan and other factors, many powerhouses could only take the risk and forcibly ascend at the middle level. Failure meant stepping into death. Success meant a comprehensive sublimation. After the introduction of the realm, the main topic turned to Shang Yuhen. At this moment, he firmly believed that Jun Changshao killed the middle-aged man with one punch, and his strength must have reached the middle level of the void-piercing realm. But the truth? Gou Xing didn't even touch the threshold of the lower level. To be able to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm, he completely relied on one punch to kill. The middle-aged man was quite miserable. From the appearance to the conversation with Shang Yuhen, he never looked at Jun Changshao. He even treated him as heir and directly charged for one punch to kill. His subsequent words were also very pretentious, and his energy rose all the way to 100%. In that case, Jun Changshao certainly wouldn't be stingy. He locked onto the middle-aged man and blasted over. This time, he didn't use his feet because he already understood that even if he attacked with his butt, he would suffer the side effects. Whoo! A gust of wind blew over. Jun Changshao, who was standing proudly in front of the warship, had a head full of black hair that fluttered in the wind, revealing his shiny head. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen stared and said, You're bald. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He silently took out the black robe that never wore out, and then put it on his head, saying, with me protecting you, you will be very safe. Xiao. The ancient battlefield flew along the empty space created by the one punch to kill and smoothly flew out of the starry sky garbage dump. Plop. The middle-aged man kneeling on the meteorite fell. Although the pair of eyes had lost their vitality, there was still a painful and disbelieving expression on his face. He, who was infinitely close to the strength of 2 commanders, actually received a boxed meal so easily. On the ancient warship, Jun Changshao happily held the other's spatial ring and said with a smile, this guy is quite rich. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen gradually calmed down, his eyes flashing with admiration, so you're at the middle level of the void-piercing realm. Middle level of the void-piercing realm? Jun Changshao said, what do you mean? Shang Yuhen said in shock, Brother Jun doesn't know about the void-piercing realm. Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, this one is managing the sect in the plane all year round, and rarely goes out, so I don't know many things. I see. Shang Yuhen understood and then explained the void-piercing realm to him. It's so complicated. Knowing that the void-piercing realm was divided into 3 levels, Jun Changshao was a bit speechless. According to his Wuxia perfection, he still had to break through 3 levels to become the strongest existence in the mortal universe. The system said, "You say it as if the host can break through casually." "Brother Jun," Shang Yuhen said weakly, "you're managing a sect." "Yes." Jun Changshao said. "Is it very strong?" Shang Yuhen asked. Jun Changshao didn't even think and said, "This one is the strongest sect in the plane, and there's no one else." In terms of overall strength, it was indeed so, but when it came from Go Xing's mouth, it really made people have the impulse to spit all over his face. "Brother Jun, can I join your sect?" Shang Yuhen asked. One punch to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm, he was definitely an expert among experts. If he joined his sect, his future would definitely be bright. Reader, Dai Lu, come out and take a beating. Of course you can join. Jun Changshao said, however, my sect of all times mainly walks the path of the elite, and also talks about talent and money. If you don't have both, then I'm very sorry. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen hurriedly said, I have money. Chapter 12:19. Although Shang Yuhen was a prince in distress, he was really rich. This money was referring to spirit stones. The quality of spirit stones in Tianyuan continent was much higher than in Jiutian continent and other plains. Jun Changshao had long understood this, which was why he changed the sect of all times from an assessment method to a new model where one could join with qualifications and money. Of course, qualifications were not required, but money was a must. Are you sure you want to join my sect of all times? Jun Changshao asked seriously. Yes. Shang Yuhen said, however, you need to wait for a while. Why? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen's eyes flashed with anger. I want to redeem my ancestor and avenge the plane that was destroyed. Are you confident? Jun Changshao looked at him. Shang Yuhen was silent for a while and said, even if I'm not confident, I have to try. How much does it cost to redeem your ancestor? I heard from others that it seems to cost 10 million spirit stones. So expensive? Jun Changshao was stunned. His spirit stones that had reached the 9th grade, 10 million was completely comparable to 50 million six-pointed star stones. On the way, Go Xing had already understood that spirit stones were divided into different grades. Falling Star Continent Spirit Stones could be classified as the lowest grade, Jiutian Continent Spirit Stones as the 5th grade, and Tianyuan Continent Spirit Stones as the highest grade, 9th grade. It did not matter if it was expensive to redeem someone, but the key was that there was a time limit and he had to be locked up again. It was simply too wasteful. How about this? Jun Changshao said seriously, give me the money, I'll help you take revenge. He had never flaunted himself as a chivalrous person, and would never help take revenge for someone unrelated to him. However, if the commission was enough, then he could consider it. Not to mention, 10 million 9th grade spirit stones was not a small amount. In short, as long as the money was in place, there was nothing that Jun Changshao did not dare to do. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said, although you are strong, my enemy is stronger. What? Did he not believe in this seat? Jun Changshao put a hand on his shoulder and said, don't easily doubt others, especially a handsome guy. Speak. Who is your enemy? Seeing his proud expression, Shang Yuhen's heart was immediately moved, and he said, Great Dark Demon King. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Why didn't he call himself King Piccolo? How strong are they? How many subordinates do they have? Where are they? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King was once suppressed in the Demon Sealing Valley by the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda. After the divine artifact disappeared, he broke the seal and rushed out. His expression gradually became pained. That was because after the demon broke the seal, a calamity befell the continent. The various countries, including the Shang dynasty, were attacked by the devil army. In a short period of time, the entire plain was filled with corpses, and the people were in a terrible situation. Although he was able to escape safely in the end, whenever he saw the shattered mountains and rivers before he left, it would appear in his nightmares, tormenting him to the point where he wished he was dead. On the Tianyuan continent? Yes. What about strength? I'm not too sure about the situation, but according to the guard's speculation, he's probably infinitely close to the upper level of the void-piercing tier. It doesn't seem to be too strong, Jun Changshao said. He had just learned about the brand new realm system and had not seen much of a gap between the lower and middle levels. Shang Yuhen said, those who have reached the middle level of the void-piercing tier have already mastered the power of the universe and can easily kill the lower level of the void-piercing tier. Jun Changshao was quite surprised. It seems a bit strong. You can kill the lower level with one punch, don't you know the strength of the middle level of the void-piercing tier? Shang Yuhen muttered in his heart. Of course. He said, the Dark Demon King is infinitely close to the upper level of the middle level of the void-piercing tier. His strength will only be more terrifying. Dozens of the lower level of the void-piercing tier on my continent were still easily obliterated. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how much power the middle level of the void-piercing tier had. But to be able to easily obliterate dozens of the lower level, it was absolutely explosive. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fight with him. AI. Shang Yuhen sighed. If the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was still there, my Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed. Why do you say that? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen said, the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda can suppress all evil things in the world. It just so happens to restrain the Dark Demon King formed by the convergence of evil power. Jun Changxiao's eyebrows raised in joy. Before leaving this time, he specially brought the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda with him. This kind of treasure that could shrink and enlarge at any time could be placed in an underground prison 1 second, and the next second it could be taken out to smash walnuts for people to eat. Give me 10 million spirit stones, I will help you take revenge. Jun Changshao stood up, a rare serious expression on his face. Big Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King still has 10 lower-level void-piercing tier subordinates, close to 100,000 well-trained subordinates. Jun Changshao, who had just cultivated a heroic aura, suddenly felt a bit discouraged. Whether the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda could absolutely restrain the Dark Demon King, he was now uncertain. Now that he learned that he still had so many subordinates, he suddenly felt a bit difficult to deal with. Ding! Side quest triggered. At this time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Jun Changshao opened the panel and saw the side quest, please kill the Dark Demon King and his subordinates within 3 months. Remaining time, 89 days, super elite mission, I just had the thought of being scared, and the quest immediately forced me to be tough. Kid. Jun Changshao straightened his back and said, how do I get to Tianyuan continent? Big Brother Jun wants to take revenge for me. That's right. Shang Yuhen was a bit conflicted. After all, it was a bit unrealistic for him to go alone and face so many subordinates of the Dark Demon King. Don't worry. Jun Changshao put on the Shenyuan divine armor and said proudly, there are only things this lord doesn't want to do, there is nothing this lord can't do. With the support of the equipment, his imposing manner reached the peak, which made Shang Yuhen feel safer, so he stood up and pointed in a direction, go here. How long will it take to reach the location? According to the current speed, it will take at least a year. Plop. Jun Changshao fell. The time limit given by the mission was only 3 months. If he rushed over in a year, it would be too late. No. For the 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, he had to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh, there was a faint ripple in the starry sky, and the ancient warship seemed to travel through space and disappeared on the spot. Can the unstoppable blade deal with a middle void-piercing realm cultivator? On the way, Jun Changshao kept thinking. Although the arrival of the side quest made him decide to punish evil, if his biggest trump card couldn't deal with this level, then he would definitely be sending himself to death. Ask Area. The system said. Yes. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead, and his soul entered the Tianyuan prison pagoda. He called Area, who was managing the prisoners, to the surveillance room and said, "Girl, have you heard of the Dark Demon King?" "Master." Area said with a look of disdain, "This little bastard, of course I have heard of him." Chapter 12:20. Little, Turtle Grandson. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. This title was too contemptuous of a great demon king. "Master." Area asked curiously, "Why would you mention the guy I bullied for 10,000 years for no reason?" Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. Although he did not have the taste of being taught by the soul-suppressing whip, he was still looking forward to it. However, the Soul Clan Palace Masters immediately became cowards and were obedient to him. He knew that the process must be very painful. The so-called Dark Great Demon King was bullied by Area for 10,000 years. That was simply unimaginable. Swoosh! Jun Changshao sat down and waved his hand, saying, "Please tell me the story of you and the Dark Great Demon King." Area said, "There is a special dark attribute in the mortal universe. In the long river of time, it slowly gathered into a great demon king who gathered all evil. On the day it was formed, it was seen by the mighty people of the upper realm. They used the energy to purify the evil in the world to create a tower. Then, they suppressed the great demon king who wanted to bring disaster to the mortal world in the Tianyuan continent. This tower is the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower?" Jun Changshao asked. "Yes." Area said, "And I am the energy that purifies the evil in the world. In the end, I exist in the form of an artifact spirit in the tower." Jun Changshao was stunned. He knew that the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower was very strong, but he did not expect it to come from the upper realm. No matter how awesome the equipment in the mortal universe was, it would definitely be overshadowed by the upper realm label. "It's normal." The system said, "After all, it resisted the power of the thunder tribulation." "That's true." Jun Changshao was overjoyed and said, "You and the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower exist to suppress the Dark Great Demon King?" "Yes." Area nodded. Jun Changshao said, "If you meet that guy again, can you deal with it?" "Why?" Area opened her eyes wide and said fiercely, "Did that little turtle bully Master?" "Yes." Jun Changshao pretended to be pitiful and said, "I was bullied badly by it." Swoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, whips, candles, handcuffs, shackles, ropes, and other training tools appeared behind Area. Her eyes turned red and she said, "Master, I will avenge you." Coincidentally, Zhao Daodu, who had just finished giving mental counseling to a few prisoners, passed by the monitoring room. When he saw the blackened Area, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The Dark Demon King probably wouldn't have thought that he would be arranged like this even though he clearly didn't know Gosheng. "Are you sure it can be done?" "As long as Master smashes the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda on him, leave the rest to me." "No problem." Jun Changshao felt a little guilty about defeating the Dark Demon King with his own strength. But if it was just smashing the pagoda, it should be easy. "Right." Jun Changshao said, "That guy still has a group of subordinates." Area said, "It must have been formed by its own dark attribute. As long as we can control the main body, we can easily take care of it." "I see." Jun Changshao was a little surprised in his heart. This Dark Demon King's strength was originally very strong. It could even create 10 lower-level void-piercing realm and 100,000 subordinates. It could completely be called the top big boss of the mortal world. If Area can control it and a group of subordinates, I can save a talisman to open the seal. Jun Changxiao's initial thought was to hand the Dark Demon King over to the soul-suppressing pagoda, and use hard to take back to deal with his subordinates. Although the final result would be a long period of weakness, for 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, for a side mission, it was definitely worth it. Moreover, for 2 side missions, he even dared to marry the Rose Queen. What else in the world did he not dare to do? The system ridiculed, "This is what the host thought of, not what I said. Haven't you said enough?" Xiao. The ancient warship went all out, heading towards Tianyuan continent at the fastest speed. Of course. The energy consumption was also fast. For the side mission and 10 million spirit stones, Jun Changxiao didn't care about the cost at all. The closer they got to Tianyuan continent, the more worried Shang Yuhen was, afraid that Brother Jun wouldn't be able to deal with the Dark Demon King. It didn't matter if he died. If he implicated his benefactor, he would really be a bastard. Jun Changxiao saw his worry and comforted him, "Don't worry, in this mortal universe, no one can threaten me." "I hope so," Shang Yuhen secretly said. 1 month later. After crossing the endless universe, the ancient warship finally flew into the region of Tianyuan continent. Strange. Jun Changxiao was puzzled, why are there so many abandoned planes? After entering this region of the universe, he passed by a few planes, but all of them had withered spiritual energy and were deserted. The vast universe nurtured countless habitable continents. Some would gradually reach the peak, some would slowly decline. This was a normal law of nature. However, it was a little strange for there to be abandoned planes in a small area. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen clenched his fist and said, "The Dark Demon King is born by devouring planes. It's not only targeting Tianyuan continent. These planes were all destroyed by it?" Jun Changxiao asked. "Without a doubt." Jun Changxiao secretly said, "Such a powerful and evil creature should at least be classified as an epic mission. How could it be classified as a side mission?" Xiao. The ancient warship continued to move forward. A few days later, it floated in the starry sky of a desolate plain. This continent was very big, and the falling star continent could only be described as a child. Looking from the outside, there were many small cracks visible to the naked eye, as if it would break apart at any time. Shang Yuhen stood on the deck with his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot. Jun Changxiao knew that this was Tianyuan continent. From the degree of desolation, it was even worse than the ones they passed by previously. Xiao. The ancient warship flew in. After passing through the spatial barrier and seeing everything, Jun Changxiao fell silent. The entire world was filled with cracks and craters. Even the space was in a state of collapse, as if it had just experienced the end of the world. Drip, drip. Shang Yuhen's body seemed to be frozen in place. Blood flowed from his fist and splattered on the floor. Jun Changxiao did not console him. Because he thought that if the falling star continent he lived in became like this, the anger and pain in his heart would not be any weaker than Shang Yuhen's. The ancient warship slowed down and flew in the shattered land. One could vaguely see that under the ruins of a city, there were many withered corpses. In a huge crater, there were even hundreds of thousands of skeletons. From the various movements, it was obvious that they had struggled when they were alive. Not to mention Shang Yuhen. When Jun Changxiao saw this scene, the unerasable grief of the descendants of Wuxia flooded his mind. The anger in his bones, blood, and soul was instantly ignited. "Kid. I don't want the money. This Dark Demon King, I must kill him." Chapter 12:21. That's right. Jun Changxiao didn't want money anymore. Even if it was just voluntary help, he wanted to destroy the Dark Demon King. The system didn't take this opportunity to complain because this man was really angry now. Mentioning money was an insult to his character. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen was stunned. Why was the anger in his eyes so strong? He didn't know that some things were not only experienced by him, but also happened in other star fields and were engraved in the hearts of future generations. Ho. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and released his spiritual sense. Soon, he caught many black-armored warriors in the ruins of a city in the distance. They seemed to have undergone strict training. Boom! Boom! There was a roar in the ruins. Dozens of warriors fought like trapped beasts, even if they were injured and could fall at any time. Behind them, in the deepest stone room, thousands of survivors knelt on the ground and praying that the heavens would bless them to live. Boom! The black energy exploded on the ground, and the whole ground cracked again. The originally dilapidated city buildings suddenly turned into powder. A warrior from the Tianyuan continent was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest. His ferocious face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Old he. His companions roared angrily, and all their grief and anger gathered on their weapons. They charged without caring about their lives. Although they could kill a few black-armored warriors, they were surrounded by enemies. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The warriors of the Tianyuan continent who had not been completely wiped out were still resisting, using their blood and lives to win a glimmer of light for their descendants. Kill them all. A black-armored leader shouted in a deep voice. Shua! Shua! In an instant, thousands of soldiers rushed over, their bodies releasing strange attributes, rendering the environment incomparably dark. Dozens of wounded warriors of the Tianyuan continent knew that they didn't have long to live. They released all their spiritual power and strength, just to drag a few of them down with them before they died. Whoosh! Suddenly, a colorful stream of light burst from the sky, directly passing through the heads of thousands of black-armored warriors, and finally hit the black-armored leader accurately. The dark environment was torn apart by the light, and then gradually faded until the world returned to normal. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent who were prepared to die were all dumbfounded. The sudden burst of multicolored light gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Swoosh! Whoosh! Everyone looked in the direction where the light came from. In his field of vision, a man in a black robe floated proudly in the air. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his gaze was like ice. The aura he exuded was like that of a god of war. Your Highness. When the surviving warriors saw the young man standing in front of the black-robed man, their eyes lit up with excitement. I'm sorry. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, I'm late. The great Shang Empire occupied close to 60% of the continent's land, and had an unprecedented number of citizens. As a prince, he was unable to live and die with his family, yet he was the first to escape when the disaster struck. He had always been deeply remorseful. Shua! Shua! More black-armored martial artists flew over from afar. There were about 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Jun Changshao raised his hand and the Sky Tyrant spear appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the spear's hilt with one hand and disappeared in an instant. Then, he appeared in front of the incoming enemy and said, It's not too late. Boom! Boom! The cold spear light seemed to turn into a line and swept across the sky. The thousands of black-armored martial artists were instantly killed on the spot. Dark Demon King. Jun Changshao held his spear in mid-air and roared, Come out for me. His voice reverberated in the sky, and the anger it carried seemed to tear the space apart. He did not wish to fight his way to the final checkpoint. Instead, he wanted to go straight to the point and call out the final boss. After all, he still had to go to the cosmic fortress. Time was tight. Ho ho ho. Before the echoing voice had even died down, the eastern region of the Tianyuan continent surged with rolling black clouds like a huge wave. The sky darkened once again, and the gloomy aura became even denser. Woo-woo. A cold wind blew, and it sounded like the cries of ghosts. The faces of the injured Tianyuan continent martial artists changed drastically. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, "The Dark Demon King is here." Jun Changshao said coldly, "A guy who is at death's door. His entrance is quite stylish." Ho ho ho. The huge wave of black clouds quickly approached. One by one, the black-armored martial artists flew over and hovered a few hundred feet away from Jun Changshao. The number increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands. This formation was very strong, and it made Shang Yuhen panic. Jun Changshao had a look of disdain. As a man who had been punished on the battlefield and faced 100,000 spirits, he would not frown even if there were a few 100,000 more. The black-armored martial artists that gradually appeared did not move. They were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. They hovered in mid-air or stood on the ground, emitting a strange aura that made people shudder. "Kid." The rolling black clouds pressed over, and a sharp voice sounded, "Who are you?" Jun Changshao held his head high and said proudly, "Beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of heroes and chivalry, Jun Chao Shui." "Bah!" A voice came from the black clouds. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Only a rascal would hide his head and show his tail." Kakik. The classic villain's unique strange laughter resounded through the sky. Immediately, a black attribute appeared from the clouds and gradually condensed into a bald old man wearing a black robe. His eyes were emitting an evil light. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Jun Changxiao's mentality exploded. Because not only did he wear the same clothes as the other party, but also his head. As the only handsome person in this drama, he would not allow an ugly person to wear the same clothes and head shape as him. "Kid." The Dark Demon King who revealed his true body smiled coldly and said, "You are the helper invited by Tianyuan continent?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said indifferently. "Kakik." The Dark Demon King laughed strangely, "Lower void-piercing realm and you dare to be a hero. Who gave you such courage?" Shang Yuhen was stunned. Brother Jun was not a middle void-piercing realm. Or, he deliberately hid his cultivation, not letting the Dark Demon King see through it, so that he could catch him off guard during the battle. His strength was not high, so it was difficult for him to spy on Jun Changxiao's cultivation. However, the injured Tianyuan continent martial artist standing behind him had strength only second to the lower void-piercing realm. At this moment, they were all secretly cursing. The helper invited by His Highness, no matter how they looked at it, seemed to be similar to themselves. Could he beat the Dark Demon King? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. After all, this person was invited by His Highness, so he should have extraordinary strength. To deal with trash like you, I don't need to have a high realm. Jun Changxiao said indifferently. At this moment, his brain was working rapidly, considering how to take out the Sky Origin Soul suppressing pagoda and then smash it on the opponent, handing it over to Arya to deal with. Ho. At this moment, the Dark Demon King gathered his evil power and quickly condensed a big hand in the sky. He said coldly, "This king will now send you, the real trash, on your way." Feeling the pressure of the terrifying power, Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, "Why does this villain not talk much?" Chapter 12:22. Who said that villains die from talking too much? Not only did this Dark Demon King not talk much, he did not even shoot his mouth off. He directly gathered his powerful force and pressed it down on Jun Changxiao. With the absolute strength to kill, who would have nothing to say? Moreover, Jun Changxiao's arrogance had made it very unhappy. That was why it had suppressed him without hesitation. It felt as if it was swatting an annoying fly with its hand. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying evil chi came first and blew away Jun Changxiao's black robe, revealing his head that was still bright in the dark environment. "So it's Baldy," the Dark Demon King said disdainfully. "Fuck. Aren't you Baldy too?" Jun Changshao did not have time to complain, because the situation was very dangerous. Whoosh! In an instant, the Xianyuan divine armor covered his body and his cultivation erupted, forming layers of defensive walls around him. He could also use the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda to increase the strength, but this was equivalent to exposing himself, which was not good for surprise. "Your Highness." Whoosh! 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 The injured Tianyuan continent warriors rushed over and grabbed Shang Yuhen, flying out of the area covered by the palm print. Because the power was locked onto Jun Changshao, although they could not avoid being eroded by the evil qi, they still managed to escape the moment it pressed down. Rumble. The huge palm print pressed down, and the originally broken ground was heavily damaged, immediately cracking open. Looking down from the starry sky, the small cracks that were originally clearly visible on the plane expanded by a lot, as if it was about to collapse and disintegrate. The huge movement affected the stone room deep underground, and the surviving old, weak, women, and children trembled violently, and all of them sped up their prayers. In the face of a terrifying disaster, they were powerless to stop it, and could only pray to the heavens to save them. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the area where the palm print pressed down, the wind was still roaring. The sky was filled with dust, and the originally dark world seemed to be covered with a layer of demon's gauze. Pooh! Pooh! The cultivators who had brought Shang Yuhen to safety all vomited blood as they struggled to stand with pale white faces. They were already seriously injured, and they had risked their lives to save the prince despite the evil energy entering their bodies. At this moment, they had completely lost the ability to fight. Of course. At this time, no one cared about themselves. What they cared about was the dust-filled area. With that kind of power, if the prince's helper couldn't dodge it in time, he would be in deep trouble. Big Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen was extremely worried. Gradually, the dust was blown away by the wind, and Jun Changshao's figure appeared, causing him to be overjoyed. However, in the next second, his expression froze. The injured martial artists from the Yuan continent were stunned. Even the Dark Demon King had a look of surprise on his face. Everything in the area was clearly visible. They saw that not only was Jun Changshao standing there unscathed, but there were also strange weapons floating around him. Why was it strange? Because no one had ever seen or heard of it before. If one had to find something to compare it to in terms of form, it would be like a broom. It was not a broom. It was a more advanced vacuum cleaner. That was close, that was close. Jun Changshao looked calm, but he was secretly rejoicing. Even with the protection of the Xianyuan divine armor, he might not be able to withstand the power of the palm print just now. Therefore, when he took it head-on, he directly took out 20 modified vacuum cleaners. This item was useless against the handsome man and the 5 hegemons of Starry Sky because the other party was considered a villain and not an evil cultivator. The Dark Demon King was different. This guy was definitely a fighter jet of the evil cultivators. The moment the evil palm print pressed down, Jun Changshao first used the gather defense to offset the power that he could withstand. Then, he directly activated the enhanced mode of the modified vacuum cleaner and crazily absorbed the remaining power. To deal with the soul race hiding in the body of a martial artist, one modified vacuum cleaner was enough. Facing such a demon king that was comparable to a mid-level void-piercing realm, even if Jun Changshao offset most of the evil power, there was no guarantee that 20 vacuum cleaners could finish him off. Fortunately, it succeeded. As the price, all 20 modified vacuum cleaners exploded. Kid. The Dark Demon King said with interest, "What kind of treasure is this? It can actually absorb this king's power." Mutton fat jade bottle, Jun Changshao said indifferently. Bottle? The Dark Demon King was stunned. It couldn't see what this broom-like thing had to do with a bottle. Of course. Jun Changshao said, I also have a purple gold-red gourd that has unpredictable power. Do you want to try its power? Pooh. At this point, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He. The Dark Demon King laughed strangely and said, although you resolved the palm, you still can't avoid being injured. Even if you have a treasure that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth, how can you hurt this king? Damn it! Jun Changshao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Come. The Dark Demon King said, take out that gourd of yours and let this king see how unpredictable it is. It was now very sure that the helper it invited was very weak. Now that it was injured after taking a palm, it could crush it to death at will. Shwa! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the Patriarch's exclusive weapon, Finger of Empire, appeared out of thin air. This is the gourd you were talking about? The Dark Demon King frowned. Just now, he called the broom-like weapon a bottle. Now, he called the itchy weapon a gourd. Was he bullying him for having no intelligence? Jun Changshao pointed at the part with the finger facing the sky and said, don't you think it looks like a gourd? Shang Yohan's mouth twitched. This strange thing didn't look like a gourd at all. It looked more like a special gesture. Less nonsense. The Dark Demon King sneered and said, hurry up and let this king see how unpredictable it is. Pa! At this moment, Jun Changshao pressed the Finger of Empire button with one hand. His eyes were even bigger than a bull's. He first locked onto the big boss, then locked onto the surrounding black-armored martial artists, and shouted at the top of his voice, because I saw you in the crowd. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were stirred and then split into two. One gathered into the shape of a huge finger, and the other gathered into the shape of a huge whirlpool. It's coming, it's coming. Dog Leftover's most shameless AoE skill that covered the entire screen. The Dark Demon King frowned after being glanced at. At the moment when the dark clouds in the sky merged, a slight chill came from his butt. Not good. His expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand. Pa! The invisible force that suddenly appeared behind him was grabbed tightly. He sneered and said, good lad, you actually used a dirty move, Xiao. At this moment, Jun Changshao appeared above his head. He assumed a difficult and enchanting pose that could only be found in JoJo. Then, he made a heart gesture and said, go, my darling. Huff huff. The Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda appeared out of thin air and rapidly expanded from its pocket-sized form. Then, it ruthlessly pressed down on the Dark Demon King. Little bastard. Great Ant is coming. Arya's voice sounded out of thin air, and the Dark Demon King's scalp was about to explode. Rumble, the enlarged Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda landed on the ground. Rolling dust swirled around it, adding a bit of majesty and weight to it. Chapter 12:23. After all, the Dark Demon King had the body of a human, so the sure-kill skill of World Pointer had an effect on it. However, after the vortex in the sky merged with the finger, the invisible force formed was caught by the opponent before it could reach the designated position. From this, it could be seen. As the exclusive divine weapon of the Patriarch, it was difficult to shake the mid-level void-piercing realm. Jun Changshao was neither surprised nor depressed, because the sure-kill skill of World Pointer was nothing more than a feint. The real purpose was to create a better opportunity for himself. Go! My precious baby! Under the shameful shout, the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda finally made a magnificent appearance. The Dark Demon King, who was distracted by the invisible force, could not make an effective defense in the first place, so it was inevitable that it would be smashed. Of course, with its strength, even if 100,000 mountains fell, it would not have any damage, but the nightmarish voice that tortured it sounded, and its scalp exploded in an instant. "Little bastard, from today onwards, I'll train you. Little bastard, next time you see me, you have to call me Grandaunt. Little bastard, which one will you choose today? Little bastard, I'm coming again." Scenes of the past appeared in the depths of its memory, causing the Dark Demon King to fall into deep fear. In the end, it lost its resistance and allowed the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda to smash it. 50,000 years ago. There was a kind of evil energy in the mortal universe that lived by absorbing the evil thoughts of the common people. 40,000 years ago. The evil energy gathered together and nurtured a fetus. 30,000 years ago. Wisdom was born in the fetus and it had self-awareness. 20,000 years ago. After continuing to absorb the evil thoughts of the common people, the fetus began to evolve into a physical body. 15,000 years ago. The Dark Demon King, who was only in the form of a child, finally walked out of the evil. Just as a sinister smile appeared on its face, it was taken away by the soul-suppressing pagoda formed by the upper realm. It was pressed into the demon-sealing valley of the Tianyuan continent and began to be tortured in all aspects. Purple Craggy Monster King's death was already a tragedy for him. As an evil spirit born in the mortal universe, it was even more tragic when it was dealt with before it even began to show its strength or say a line. Woo woo woo. Every night, the cries of the Dark Demon King could be heard coming from Demon Sealing Valley. When the martial artists heard this, their blood ran cold, and they recognized this place as the continent's most dangerous forbidden area. One person spread it to 10, 10 spread it to 100, leaving behind all kinds of legends about the terrifying creatures in the valley. He had been trained by Area for 10,000 years, from a child to an adult. Just as he was about to be purified into a beneficial life form, the Dark Demon King finally saw the light he had been waiting for, because the soul-suppressing pagoda that was pressing down on his head had suddenly disappeared. He was excited and excited. It was hard to describe his feelings at that time. The great Dark Demon King didn't immediately come out to do evil. That was because after being purified for 10,000 years, he needed to nurture evil energy again and recover the demeanor a king should have. Another 5,000 years passed. It had finally regained its former glory, easily breaking through the seal and descending on the Tianyuan continent as an invincible being. However, after being cocky for a while, the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and sucked it in again. From the birth of the great Dark Demon King until now, it had been born, suppressed, unsealed, and then suppressed again. Hoo hoo. The wind whistled, and the space cracked. After the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda landed, nearly 100,000 black-armored martial artists seemed to have lost their souls. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, and those that were suspended in the sky fell down crazily like flies. Shang Yuhen was dumbfounded. The injured Tianyuan continent martial artists were also stunned. What was going on? Gradually, the dust that had gathered around dissipated, and everything became clear. They saw the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda that was like a tall mountain. This is, Shang Yuhen exclaimed, the divine weapon that disappeared from our Tianyuan continent. He had never seen the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda before, but he had read about it in the literature, so he could immediately tell from the aura and shape. The injured martial artists also opened their eyes wide. The divine weapon that had disappeared mysteriously for thousands of years had actually appeared in the world again. Was this a dream? Was this a dream? At this moment, the rolling black clouds that had gathered in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sun that represented the light shone on the earth. Feeling the long-awaited warmth, the injured martial artists all knelt on the ground, using their hands to support their bodies, and tears rolled down like rain. Pine! Pine! The black-armored martial artists that had gathered together began to explode one after another, until all of them turned into nothingness. The dark attribute that existed in the Tianyuan continent had completely disappeared. Xiao! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the huge heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda quickly flew over. Shwa! It floated in front of the dazed Shang Yuhen, and said, "Everything is over." Plop! Shang Yuhen knelt on the ground, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Jun, for destroying this demon for our Tian Yuan continent." Jun Changshao used his dense spiritual energy to lift him up, and said righteously, "Punishing evil and eliminating evil is what every chivalrous person should do." Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen took out a few spatial rings from somewhere, and said, "Here are 10 million spirit stones, please accept them." No. Jun Changshao frowned, and said, "You are insulting me." Very manly. The system had been with him for so long, and this was the first time it had seen a good deed that did not accept money. Some money can be accepted, some money cannot be accepted, Jun Changshao said proudly, "This is the principle of my life, Jun Changshao." Shang Yuhen said, "Brother Jun helped our Tian Yuan continent to get rid of the great demon king, so these spirit stones should be accepted." Jun Changshao was unmoved. "Brother Jun, since you are so sincere, I can accept these 10 million spirit stones." Jun Changshao said seriously, "But it is not the reward for helping you eliminate the great demon king, but the fee for entering my sect." Good. Shang Yuhen said happily. Therefore, Jun Changshao accepted the 10 million spirit stones, but only as the fee for entering the sect, and not for eliminating the great demon king, so he said calmly in his heart, "I did not violate my principles." The system roared, "Who needs 10 million ninth-grade spirit stones to enter the sect?" "My sect." Jun Changshao said proudly, "The strongest sect in history." The system was powerless to complain, and could only leave it to the readers. Inside the heaven origin soul-suppressing tower. In the monitoring room, Zhao Daodu could not bear to look, and turned his head away from the light screen. The prisoners in the 9th floor of the prison were shivering in the corner, sometimes closing their eyes, sometimes secretly opening them to look at the projection array. Gulp. The 3 tyrants swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their hands were trembling violently. Even the unyielding Brother Green Scarf looked at the light screen, and his eyebrows and facial muscles jumped wildly. Why did they have such expressions? This was because a prisoner had just arrived. He was tied up with ropes and was being subjected to the most brutal and terrifying torture by the warden. Pa pa pa. ZZZ. The number of consecutive moves on the screen reached 9,999 plus. Chapter 12:24. Huff Huff. Inside the Soul Pagoda, Arya had her hands on her hips, her breathing was slightly rapid. There were various props scattered on the ground, all of which had lost their color. It was clear that the energy injected into them had been squandered away. Terrifying. Zhao Daodu said with a face full of fear, "It's too terrifying." During his time in prison, he had seen Arya charging various props, but most of them would last for 10 days to half a month. Now, it was used up in just 1 day to deal with one person. How much energy had been injected? The prisoners who had been trained and tortured were now so scared that their teeth were chattering and their scalps were numb. The Dark Demon King was still bound by the rope and hung in midair. Its body was covered with visible scars, and it brought the kind of pain that affected the soul. It had not experienced it for thousands of years. Now that it had been trained again, it was still the original formula, the original formula. Great. Great Aunt, the Dark Demon King said weakly, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Its appearance just now, the temperament that a villain should have, was long gone. Where did you go wrong? Wrong. I shouldn't have broken the seal and brought disaster to the world. Smack. Arya raised the soul-subduing whip and slammed it over, her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, Wrong. Yes, yes. The Dark Demon King said, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Smack smack smack. Arya hit it 3 times in a row and said angrily with her hands on her hips, "You were wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that I was wrong." The Dark Demon King was suddenly confused and said hurriedly, "If Great Aunt says I was wrong, then I was wrong." Arya raised the whip and said coldly, "Your biggest mistake was bullying my master." "Master? Master?" The Dark Demon King was stunned. After being trained for 10,000 years, it knew that the Divine Soul Pagoda was an ownerless object, and even knew that no one in the mortal universe was qualified to control it. In theory, this treasure created by the mighty people of the upper realm was completely used to suppress evil spirits. Martial artists were not allowed to sign a contract with it and recognize it as its master. However, it appeared in the purchased goods column as a reward for a mission. Others could not sign a contract with it, but Jun Changshao could because a contract would be forced if he bought it. So, this cheat, there was no solution. Who was the master of the weapon spirit? The bald man in black. That was impossible. That guy was so weak that he couldn't bear to look straight at him. How could he control a divine artifact from the higher realms? Swish. Just as the Dark Demon King was pondering, Jun Changshao merged into the Soul Pagoda and appeared in front of Arya. Can this guy be killed? The black-armored cultivators outside had all been dealt with. As long as the main culprit was killed, the side mission would be completed. Master. Arya said, "This guy is nurtured by evil thoughts. Unless the world no longer has evil thoughts, it will be extremely difficult to erase him." Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. If I can't kill it, how can I complete the mission? Furthermore, no matter if it was a human or any other creature, how could they not have any evil thoughts? Of course. Arya continued, "You can also purify all the evil thoughts in its body, which is no different from obliterating it." Jun Changshao was overjoyed. How long will it take to purify it? It took advantage of my absence to recover the power of evil. It will take at least 1,000 years for it to be completely purified. 1,000 years, or more. Jun Changshao almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. There were only 60 days left for the side mission. Not to mention 1,000 years, he could not even wait a year. Originally, he thought that it was no wonder that the Sky Origin Soul Pagoda was classified as a side mission and not an epic. Now, looking at it again, it should be an epic. It was a waste of talent to place it in a side mission. Can it be accelerated? Master, how much do you need to accelerate? Can it be purified in 60 days? Ah. Arya opened her eyes wide. At least 1,000 years, shortened to 2 months, this acceleration was simply crazy. Master. Arya said, "I can't do it." Tianyuan continent. The survivors hiding in the underground stone room came out. After adapting to the long-lost sunlight, they all surged with uncontrollable joy. Heaven had opened its eyes, a miracle had appeared. What made the Tianyuan continent cultivators even more excited was that the shattered mountains and rivers, the separated continents, and the collapsed space gradually healed. Although it was difficult to restore the original appearance, it was not so fragmented anymore. Swish. On the mountain, Jun Changshao took back the terrain remodeling instrument and shook his head. I can only do this. The lost attributes of heaven and earth cannot be reversed. Thank you, Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen said gratefully. After going through a huge disaster, the once majestic heaven and earth attributes of Tianyuan continent were gone forever, but at least the plain still existed, and the people could still live. This was already very satisfying. Only those who had truly experienced hardship would understand that even living a difficult life was a luxury. Brother Jun, on the ancient warship, Shang Yuhen said with a firm gaze, "Let's go. Don't you want to stay and build a new home with them?" Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen said, "After going through this disaster, I understood a principle. Only by becoming stronger can I bring safety to the people, so, plop." Kneeling on the deck, he kowtowed and said, "Please accept me as your disciple, please let me become stronger." The moment Shang Yuhen knelt down, the humorous atmosphere that permeated throughout the book was immediately replaced by a serious atmosphere. Jun Changxiao's sloppy appearance was gone. Under the support of the title, Most Shameless, the temperament of a sect leader reached its peak. Swish. Taking out the entry form, he said, "Name. Tianyuan Continent, Shang Yuhen. Gender." When the entry process was completed and the sect seal was stamped, Shang Yuhen, the representative of Tianyuan Continent, became a disciple. The sect of all times finally stepped out of the falling star continent and into the mortal universe. Brother Jun. Peng plop. Shang Yuhen fell on the deck with a gourd-shaped bump on his head. Jun Changxiao, who was standing beside him, roared, "Which disciple dares to call the patriarch brother?" There were only a few 100,000 survivors in Tianyuan Continent. They stood in the ruins and watched the warship leave. "Your Highness." The people did not organize, but they shouted in unison, "You must become stronger." Hearing the shouts of his people, Shang Yuhen, who was standing at the stern, clenched his fist and swore in his heart, "I will become stronger, I will return." The Dark Demon King had been dealt with. There was no need for revenge, but this did not mean that it was over. He had to become stronger and use his strength to benefit Tianyuan Continent. "Patriarch, how did you get the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower?" This is a good question. If you want to get to the bottom of it, you have to start from the origin of the sect of all times. Legend has it that a long time ago, before the heaven and earth were separated, the universe was still chaotic. Gradually, a giant named Pangu was born. Later, he opened his eyes and found that he could not see anything, so he angrily picked up his axe and slashed left and right. Chapter 12:25. As far as Li Qingyang and the others knew, the founder of the sect of all times was the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong. However, once Jun Changxiao started bragging, he couldn't stop and instantly raised the origin of the sect to Pangu, splitting the heavens. In short, as the sect grew stronger, its backer had to be strong. Pangu splitting the heavens and earth, one Qi into three pure ones, Niwa mending the heavens, Quafu chasing the sun, and so on. Everything that could be arranged for him was arranged in one word: foundation. The big shots of the Chinese mythological system were all related to the sect of all times. Their foundation was simply too strong. Shang Yuhen was dumbfounded. So the sect that I joined had so many amazing people. Jun Changxiao said with a serious face, "This heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda was formed by my ancestor Pangu using the axe that split the heavens and earth. It can purify all evil in the mortal universe." The system was speechless. If it was the Linglong pagoda used by Neza's father, it could still barely accept it. But to say that Pangu's axe was a soul-suppressing pagoda, this was simply insane. "What do you know?" Jun Changxiao said, "How can pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li's Linglong pagoda be compared to Pangu's axe that split the heavens and earth? Since you want to boast about your foundation, of course you have to boast about the strongest." The system was speechless. "Patriarch." Shang Yuhen said dumbly, "I heard that the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm." Jun Changxiao said helplessly, "You still found out." "What did I find out?" Shang Yuhen was confused. "That's right." Jun Changxiao suddenly disappeared and stood on the bow with his hands behind his back. The heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm. Pangu's ancestor also came from the upper realm. However, due to some reason, the sect had no choice but to temporarily stay in the mortal universe. Shang Yuhen suddenly realized. The ancient records were correct. The heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda really came from the upper realm. However, he didn't expect that the divine artifact was actually created by the sect's ancestor. "There's a scar." Jun Changxiao said, "Do you know why I took you in?" "I don't know." Shang Yuhen said. Stupid. The system said, because of money. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the endless starry sky in the distance. He said, the heaven's origin soul suppression tower being placed on the Tian Yuan continent was the unseen arrangement of our ancestors. And you? He turned around and pointed at Shang Yuhen, saying, he is destined to be my disciple. This sentence was not as sonorous and forceful as Zhao Daodu's, nor did it have the kind of soul-shaking roar and exaggeration, but it contained a kind of magic power. Shang Yuhen's body shook, and he was so moved that tears almost flowed out. I understand now. I really understand now. From the beginning of his encounter with the patriarch in the universe until now, everything was destined. It was his destiny to become a disciple of the sect of all times. Patriarch above. Shang Yuhen bowed deeply once again, then said with a tearful voice, please accept a bow from your disciple. AI. The system shook its head and said, another one has been tricked. Hopefully, he can stay true to his heart and not walk the path of a fool. There's a scar. Jun Changshao walked over and said, the guy who chased after you mentioned the great Shang's treasure. What's going on? He still made his move in the end. The system said. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, this is the treasure trove that the ancestors of the great Shang Empire spent their entire lives to create. There are countless martial arts resources hidden inside. Jun Changshao said indifferently, the Dark Demon King lives on evil thoughts. Why would he want to steal your great Shang's treasure trove? Because, Shang Yuhen was a little conflicted. Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. Jun Changshao turned around and walked towards the control room. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King is not after the great Shang's treasure trove. He is after a treasure hidden inside. What treasure? I don't know the details. I only know that it is a remnant scroll. Damn. Jun Changshao said in shock, it can't be the 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll 6 or 7. Pa pa pa. Ah ah ah. At the lowest level of Tianyuan prison pagoda, whips and screams sounded. Although it was impossible to shorten it from 1,000 years to 60 days, as long as Arya had time, she would focus on training the Dark Demon King. After all, the evil body was more durable than the soul race. Great Aunt, I was wrong. I deserve to die 10,000 times, don't. Don't hit, don't. Don't hit, pa pa pa. Arya. After a while, Jun Changshao walked in and said, don't hit, I have something to ask. Arya put away the soul-suppressing whip and stood in front of her master with her hands on her waist. She stared with her almond-shaped eyes and said, answer whatever I ask. Da. The Dark Demon King said, I will answer whatever you ask. Jun Changshao sat down, crossed his legs, and said, since you have already destroyed the Tianyuan continent, why are you still chasing after the prince of the great Shang Empire? Because he has the treasure of the great Shang Empire. The Dark Demon King said. Jun Changshao said, you are a guy who relies on evil thoughts to survive. Do you still need human martial arts resources to improve your cultivation? No. No need, the Dark Demon King said, I only need a remnant scroll hidden inside. What remnant scroll? Qishuan Sunglow Broken Scroll. How many? 6. Sure enough. Jun Changshao secretly said, just as I guessed. The Dark Demon King muttered in his heart, how does this guy know how many types of remnant scrolls there are? Is the remnant scroll helpful to you? Jun Changshao said. If it was a martial artist looking for the remnant scroll, it would be understandable. But it was a bit strange that a creature of evil would also look for it. This, Arya raised her whip and said fiercely, answer honestly. The Dark Demon King was shocked and hurriedly said, I heard that this remnant scroll contains a special profound meaning. If you can comprehend it, you can ascend to the upper realm. Are you sure? Yes. Jun Changshao rested his chin on his hand. The remnant scroll contained a special profound meaning. Comprehending it would allow one to ascend to the upper realm. This was really a huge temptation. Area. Jun Changshao temporarily gave up on the remnant scroll and said, "Is there a way to purify this evil spirit faster?" Arya thought for a moment and said, "There is." "What is it?" "The first is to use the most yang energy in the mortal world to refine it. I have the body of holy flame. Does it belong to the most yang energy?" "Ah. Master actually has the body of holy flame. Is it strong?" "If it is on the level of the mortal universe, it can barely be ranked in the top 100 of the most yang energy." Jun Changshao was shocked. In the falling star continent, the body of holy flame was undoubtedly the strongest. In the entire mortal universe, it could only barely be ranked in the top 100. "There is a second method?" "There is. If you can find a martial artist who is proficient in Buddhist techniques, they can also purify this evil spirit faster." Bang! In the inner courtyard of the sect of all times, Du Nan, who was silently sweeping the floor, suddenly crushed the broom in his hand, faced the camera, and said, "Amitabha." After being silent in the sect for so long, this poor monk finally has a place to use his skills. Go Fugui. Yuan Gongzi suddenly appeared, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote, 10 spirit stones will be deducted for destroying a public broom. Chapter 12:26. Proficient in Buddhist techniques. Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "There seems to be a Buddhist cultivator in my sect, called, what was his name again?" There were too many disciples, so he couldn't remember his name. Du Nan. The system reminded. Yes. Jun Changshao remembered, but he held his chin and said, "I still have to go to the Starry Sky Fortress, so I can't return to the sect." After thinking about it, he still chose to give up on the second method. If Du Nan, who already had his spirit stones deducted, knew, he would definitely cry on the spot and faint in the toilet. Area. Jun Changshao said loudly, "I will assist you with the body of holy flame. Let's purify this evil spirit together." Okay. Arya took out all kinds of tools again. Thus, the master and servant that appeared in the camera, one holding the soul-suppressing whip and the other releasing gorgeous flames, walked toward the Dark Demon King. Who the fuck was the villain? Pa pa pa. Hoo hoo hoo. Screams resounded in the first layer of the prison, startling the three tyrants of Starry Sky and Dai Lu into cold sweat. Jun Changshao, who had the body of holy flame, could indeed purify the evil spirit. However, his realm was too low, and his physique was not the best in the mortal universe, so the effect was not ideal. After a day of torture, Arya gave a preliminary estimate, "Master, if you and I work together, it will take about 500 to 600 years. So long." Jun Changshao collapsed. Arya said, "It's mainly because Master's body of holy flame is too weak. If you have a higher physique, the purification should be faster." Jun Changshao's heart was hit hard again. Just when he was in despair, the best salesman system said, "Do you want a stronger physique? Do you want to purify the evil spirit? Open the high-level store, there is everything the host wants. Get lost." Jun Changshao said unhappily. After the sect's construction was upgraded by 10 levels, the goods in the high-level store have also been updated. If the host is lucky, he may be able to get the 3 tastes real fire. The system said. "It's Samadhi." Jun Changshao corrected him, "It's not Sanwei." What's the difference? Jun Changshao was defeated by this idiotic system. However, after returning to the outside world, he called Shang Yuhen over and said, "Yuhen, I have something very important to tell you." "Very important?" Shang Yuhen pricked up his ears. Jun Changshao said, "Our sect of all times has an ancestor called the 7 Profound Sage. He once created a supreme martial art called the Seven Profound Sunglow Break. Although Shang Yuhen had never heard of the Seven Profound Holy Master and the Seven Profound Sunglow Break, he could tell from their names that they were definitely extraordinary characters. Thus, he exclaimed, "Patriarch, our sect of all times is filled with experts." About that, Jun Changshao said proudly, "Without a doubt. Patriarch, are you going to teach me the Seven Profound Sunglow Break?" Shang Yuhen was a little excited. He had just entered the sect and he was already given a martial arts manual. He was simply too blessed. "Listen to what I have to say." Oh. Jun Changshao began to bluff. After the ancestor, the Seven Profound Holy Master, created the Seven Profound Sunglow Break, he was ambushed by a large group of experts when he was traveling outside. In the end, he had no choice but to imprint the secret manual into 7 fragments, gathering the power of the universe and throwing them into the endless void. Shang Yuhen said in shock, "To be able to control the power of the universe, could the ancestor be a middle void-piercing realm expert?" "No." Jun Changshao pointed to the sky and said, "Senior Seven Profound is in the higher realm." Ah! Shang Yuhen was shocked again. A sect that existed in the mortal world actually had relations with so many higher realm experts. Pangu expressed that he did not know this guy. Niuhua expressed that this person was not created by her. Seven Profound Holy Master expressed that, forget it, he was already used to it. Wait. Shang Yuhen suddenly thought of something and said, "Patriarch, the fragment you mentioned just now, could it be the fragment that the Dark Demon King is looking for?" Very smart. This disciple was not stupid. Jun Changshao said, "I am unable to judge at the moment, I need to take it out to verify." Bringing out Pangda 3 Pure Ones and the other legends was just to give Shang Yuhen the feeling that the sect had a deep foundation. Now that he was bragging for the fragment, it was obviously a fraud. This made Go Xing more or less feel guilty and self-reproach. Shang Yuhen was conflicted. Jun Changshao said, "In the end, it is your thing, I will not force it." Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, "The great Shang treasury built by my ancestor is an independent space, the inside is divided into many areas, although this disciple has the right to enter, due to limited strength, I can only enter the outermost area and cannot go deeper." Jun Changshao said in shock, "So mysterious. The fragment that Patriarch is talking about should be hidden in other areas, this disciple does not have the ability to take it out." Shang Yuhen said bitterly. Jun Changshao said, "Can I go in?" "You can." Shang Yuhen paused for a moment and said, "However, without the bloodline of the Shang clan, you will face many tests in the great Shang treasury." Come. Jun Changshao said, "Let me see." He did not care about the supreme profoundness contained in the fragment of the Seven Profound Sunglow. He only hoped to find the 6th book as soon as possible so that he could increase the power of his martial arts. "Patriarch, please relax your mind, this disciple will bring you into the great Shang treasury." "Yes." Jun Changshao closed his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, his soul seemed to be pulled by some force and slammed into a flowing light barrier. "Patriarch." A voice sounded in his ears, "This is the great Shang treasury." Jun Changshao opened his eyes and realized that his soul was in a colorful environment, it felt like a dream. Gulp. Suddenly, Gosheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That was because there was a huge pit in front of him, filled with treasures of inestimable value. "Patriarch." Shang Yuhen said, "This is the wealth accumulated by the ancestors of the great Shang Empire after dozens of generations." Jun Changshao was about to break down. It turned out that this disciple of mine could carry a huge portable treasure at any time. Gold, silver, and jewelry did not attract Go Xing at all. After all, he treated money like dirt. However, when he looked into the distance, he could not maintain his composure. 100 meters ahead. There were 9 connected pits. There were countless spirit stones piled up inside. "Patriarch." Shang Yuhen introduced, these are the spirit stone pits. From left to right, they correspond to grade 1 to grade 9. Jun Changshao almost lost his footing. Especially in the pit on the far right, which represented grade 9 spirit stones. Although half of them were gone, there were still at least 20 to 30 million spirit stones. Although the other pits were also missing grade 8 spirit stones, overall, each pit was at least 50 million spirit stones. The Great Shang treasury not only had gold, silver, jewelry, and spirit stones, but also high-quality equipment, weapons, secret manuals, and natural treasures. Pa! Jun Changshao patted Shang Yuhen's shoulder and said seriously, I allow you to call me brother. No. You are my brother. Brother Shang. Brother Hen. Brother Yuhen. Chapter 12:27. Jun Changshao knew that Shang Yuhen was rich, but he did not expect him to be this rich. Furthermore, he was currently at the outermost region of the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Such a disciple. Jun Changshao thought to himself, no matter how bad his aptitude is, I wouldn't mind even if you gave me a car full of him. Realistic, too realistic. The system was speechless. Patriarch. After walking a few hundred steps, Shang Yuhen stopped in front of a cave abode and said, this is the second region. I have to break through to Wu Xing's cultivation level before I can enter. Jun Changshao could already sense that there was some kind of powerful array around the cave abode's stone door. Can I enter? Patriarch, you will be tested if you enter. The ancestral teaching said that outsiders could enter the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. However, there was a requirement of cultivation level and various restrictions. Test. Jun Changshao walked over. However, when he stepped on the stone door, an invisible energy seeped into his body and attacked his consciousness. The system said, this is a soul attack. Jun Changshao hurriedly circulated the Tianjun soul refining art and started to block the powerful energy. If it was just one wave, he could still withstand it. However, just as he dispelled the energy that was attacking his consciousness, the surrounding array seemed to be activated and soul attacks came from all directions. Jun Changshao took another step forward and focused on defending against the various soul attacks. Come on. How joyful. Hum. The flowing light boundary of the formation materialized, an energy that was hard to see with the naked eye crazily rippled. Shang Yuhen, who was standing behind, was surprised. At that moment, he felt like the patriarch was standing in front of the stone door and competing with countless experts. And these experts seemed to be the ancestors who created the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Jun Changshao retreated from the stone door and spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen panicked. I'm fine. Jun Changshao stabilized his body and circulated the Tianjun soul refining art crazily, gradually suppressing the pain from his soul. The system said, this should be an extremely high-level soul array. With the host's current strength, it's impossible to cross it. Jun Changshao was silent. The soul attack was obviously not from one, but a large group. It was difficult for him to fight against so many. Actually, in terms of soul, Go Sheng was already very good. However, the formation restrictions in the Great Shang treasure trove had been modified by countless experts and was definitely not a joke. I don't believe it. Jun Changshao's temper immediately flared up. After adjusting his breathing for a short while, he walked over. Bang! This time, he was his bodies, spats, he spats, spits, spat a mouthful of blood. His physical injuries weren't serious, but his soul was in great pain. Thinking of the Dark Demon King being trained by Arya for 10,000 years, that feeling must be very good. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen advised, forget it. Wait until I break through to Wuxia, then open this area. The ancestors of the Shang Empire had left him a huge golden finger, which stored all kinds of martial artist resources. But he had to reach the corresponding realm to open it. So, this was also the template of a protagonist. Let's try again. Jun Changshao took a deep breath and used a mental cultivation method to adjust his state of mind. Then, he took a big stride forward. It's useless, the system said. In terms of level, the soul array was more powerful. No matter if he walked over slowly or violently, he would need to be tortured from the depths of his soul. Shua! Jun Changshao was about to rush to the stone door when he suddenly stopped and raised his fist. Patriarch, don't! Shang Yuhen was shocked. The Shang dynasty's treasure had a complete array system. If he used force to break it, it would only bring about more serious negative effects. Ka ka ka. Just as Shang Yuhen turned pale with fright, he suddenly heard the sound of gnawing. He instantly discovered that the sect master's fist was spread open and stopped in front of the enchantment. A small insect was currently devouring the flowing light barrier with big mouthfuls. Swoosh! After a while, the array barrier that seemed to be supported by the souls of countless experts suddenly disappeared. Waves of ancient aura surged out from inside. Shang Yuhen was stunned. The restriction set up by the ancestors was broken just like that. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said to himself, why did I waste so much effort in the beginning? I could have just let Cui Hua do it. The soul array in front of the stone door was bitten open by the space-time worm and lost its defensive function. However, the more far-reaching effect was that the entire array system was completely paralyzed. No matter how many areas there were inside, they could no longer operate normally. Jun Changshao and Shang Yuhen could enter and leave without restrictions. If the ancestors of the Shang dynasty knew that the array that they had spent so much effort to create was broken just like that, they would vomit blood in the underworld. Patriarch, Shang Yuhen said with a pained heart, the array is completely destroyed. There are marks. Jun Changshao said, your ancestors left behind this treasure and set up the array to encourage you to work hard to become stronger. This was the truth. If anything could be obtained without effort, it would be easy for people to become unmotivated. The reason why the experts of the Shang dynasty left behind the array and limited the realm was to give the juniors a dream to pursue. Then, they could rely on their own efforts to become stronger and obtain everything they wanted. The hope of dozens of generations. Today, it was destroyed in the hands of an outsider. Jun Changshao did not feel guilty because of this. Instead, he continued, you are now my disciple. Sooner or later, you will become an indomitable expert. Therefore, the array system of the Shang dynasty's treasure is no longer necessary. Fuck. The system roared, he still has reason. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said with a burning gaze, I understand. After becoming your disciple, the Shang dynasty's treasure is no longer important. You are teachable, teachable. The system broke down, I take back what I said earlier. This prince of the Shang dynasty became a fool the moment he entered the sect. Come, let's go in. Jun Changshao took the initiative and brought Shang Yuhen into the cave abode. Because the array system was destroyed, they did not encounter any other tests. It was more comfortable than strolling in his own backyard. There were no piles of spirit stones in the second area. However, there were many martial arts secret manuals and higher-level equipment and weapons with absolute history. Especially on the stone platform in the center of the cave abode, there was a remnant scroll that contained special energy. When Jun Changshao walked over, his eyes lit up. That's right. This was the 7 Mystic Sunglow Break Scroll 6 that he was looking for. The first 5 were bought in the store. The 6th was found in the Shang dynasty's treasure. Finally, he did not have to offend people anymore. There are marks. Jun Changshao said, can I take this remnant scroll? You want it so shamelessly. The system broke down. 10 million spirit stones to enter the sect. He had not even experienced the benefits and he had already handed over the sixth remnant scroll. What was this? The system could not stand it anymore. Shang Yuhen said seriously, since this item was created by the ancestors of the sect of all times, the patriarch should be able to take it. The system broke down, this is really a fool. Pa! Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, as expected of the disciple who is most fated with me. Xiao! The sixth remnant scroll disappeared into thin air and merged into the spatial ring. Of course. Jun Changshao was a man of principles. After taking the remnant scroll, he left the Shang dynasty's treasure and did not look at the resources in the other areas. This was the personal property left by the ancestors of the Shang dynasty to their disciples. Since he had the sixth remnant scroll, why would he be greedy for anything else? Jun Changshao was not a greedy person. However, as the leader of a sect, he needed to take care of close to 100,000 disciples. Did he not need to spend money on food and sleep? Did he not need to spend money to make them stronger? For the sect. He had been doing his best to earn resources. Even if the readers misunderstood him as shameless, it did not matter. Me. Jun Changshao. Everything he did was for the sect and his disciples. Everything he did was worthy of the late sect leader Wang. There's a scar. Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, take these pills and consume them. They can mold your body, soul and other aspects, allowing you to improve from your original level. Yes. Shang Yuhen took the pills and consumed them one by one. When his flesh, blood, meridians and other aspects all improved, he was stunned on the spot. His cultivation was only at the martial king level. After consuming the body-shaping pill and soul-shaping pill, the effect was very limited. He felt that his entire body had sublimated by a lot. As expected. Shang Yuhen thought excitedly, the patriarch is very powerful. The system thought that he was a fool. But it did not know that it was very clear in its heart. Following this expert who could deal with the Dark Demon King would definitely be a promising future. For this, he did not hesitate to bring the remnant scroll to the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. With effort, there would be gains. The pills that the patriarch rewarded him were not in the treasure trove at all. If Shang Yuhen knew that pills such as the body-shaping pill and soul-shaping pill were provided as long as one entered the sect, he would definitely squat at the corner of the boat and cry. There's a scar. Jun Changshao took out a few copies of the secret manuals and said, although there are many martial arts in the treasure trove that you carry with you, they are still lacking compared to the sect's secret manuals. Don't waste time cultivating them in the future. Yes. Shang Yuhen took them and returned to the cabin to study them. The more he studied, the more shocked he became. In the end, he said excitedly, the sect's secret manuals are easy to understand and do not lose their mysteries. They are much stronger than the martial arts left behind by the ancestors. At that moment, he was filled with hope for his future. He was also eager to take a look at the sect that had so many big shots. Sect of all times. Su Xiaoma's voice sounded, pass the ball. Xiao. Like a cannonball, the happy football dragged a stream of light over, and the strong wind instantly swept up the dust on the ground. Steal. Steal. Li Tian and Sima Zhongda jumped into the air, their right legs intertwined to form an inescapable net. In the end, just as they touched the ball, they were bounced back by the force, turning into two small stars in the sky. Shua! Su Xiaoma flew up and used his legs to clamp the ball that was shooting over. After landing, he kicked it towards the goal. Come on! Yang Yuhua's legs stepped forward, and her hands instantly exploded with the earth attribute, forming a barrier-like defensive wall. Pong! Like a cannonball, the happy football crashed into the barrier. Because it was still spinning, white smoke billowed out from the friction. Ah ah! Yang Yuhua roared. Not only did she fully activate her defense, her black hair also fluttered. Ping! Suddenly, the barrier collapsed on the spot. Thump thump thump. Yang Yuhua could not hold on any longer. She retreated step by step until she retreated into the goal. When the ball stopped spinning and fell into the goal line, she knelt on the ground and roared, "I didn't catch it again." Sigh. Lu Wansher, who acted as the referee, shook her head and changed the score from 99 to 100. Li Qingyang's face revealed a smile. The martial arts practice field was reinforced by Elder Zhen's layers of formations. Little Mo and the others would not cause too much damage when they kicked the ball, so he could be completely relieved. Too scary. In the distance, the disciples who had just entered the sect felt their scalps go numb. They had already been taught a lesson by the happy football. Now that they saw the core disciples kick the ball, they knew what terror was. In the universe. Shang Yuhen, who did not witness this scene, still had a beautiful vision of the sect. 1 month later. Jun Changshao returned to the route he had taken to the Tianyuan continent and continued on his way to the spatial fortress. There was only 1 month left for the side mission, which made him very frustrated. Don't wait anymore. The system said, let's quickly refresh the store. If we fail and get stuck for a few decades, then we'll be screwed. Jun Changshao fell into silence. Ever since he carried the system, he had never failed a side mission. Who knew if there was a punishment system? Not to mention. The system advised, the host does not know the depth of the universal fortress. Even if you can't get the attribute to purify evil spirits, maybe you can get a powerful trump card that can better deal with unknown dangers. You are a genius salesman. Jun Changshao was convinced. He first burned incense and took a bath. Then he opened the store and thought, the contribution points are not much. Hopefully, I can get what I want. Ding! Sect contribution points, 3899-010-0000. Before the item was replaced, Go Xing chose to close his eyes. From Pangu to the 3 pure ones to Nuwa, he prayed to all the gods. He only hoped that they could increase his luck as a descendant of China. Good luck. I wish you good luck. The system sang loudly. The host said, I can bear with Go Xing singing. Why is the system singing? How am I supposed to broadcast this? 1, 2, 3. After counting 3 times in his heart, Jun Changshao opened his eyes. Ahaha. Ahahaha. Shang Yuhen, who was comprehending the sect's martial arts in another cabin, heard the patriarch's unrestrained laughter. He was confused, what's going on? Ha ha ha. The laughter got louder and louder. It was as if he wanted to die from laughter. Plop. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the chair, flipped over and laid on the ground. He used his fist to beat the wooden board to vent his joy. What exactly did he get that made him so happy? It was nothing. It was just a box with the word ? Take a look. The system said, I was right. As long as the host is brave enough to refresh, the supreme grade item will be at your fingertips. Jun Changshao did not expect that he would get a supreme grade item while trying his luck. This item had appeared twice in a row. Although he was speechless when he got the everlasting clothing, the life and death secret realm and ninth heaven secret realm were undoubtedly very satisfying. Even if he had to spend more contribution points, he would buy it without hesitation. Ga. The smile on Jun Changshao's face froze. The last time he bought the supreme grade item, he spent 100,000 contribution points. This time, the item in the store would not be cheap. He might not be able to afford it with only 30,000 contribution points. Chapter 1228. Jun Changshao had mixed feelings about the supreme item. He was happy that it was only refreshed once, but he was worried that it was not cheap. Phew! He took a deep breath and tapped on the item. The price displayed was 50,000 contribution points. So cheap? Jun Changshao was a little confused. The supreme item that was rewarded for completing the previous mission required 100,000 contribution points. Why was it cut in half this time? The system said, there are different grades of supreme items. The more expensive it is, the better it will be. Jun Changshao was speechless. The more money he spent, the more he would get. That was too realistic. I still have 30,000 contribution points for the host. Do you want to release them now? Nonsense. Ding. Sect contribution points, 6899-010-0000. Jun Changshao didn't even think twice before buying the supreme item. Then, he fused it into his spatial ring and stood in front of a mysterious box. He silently prayed, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless us. Pa! His palm touched it and a golden light rippled. Swish! In an instant, Jun Changshao's soul seemed to have gone through thousands of reincarnations and was placed in an illusory space. What is this place? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Jun Changshao found that strange lines appeared out of nowhere under his feet and then spread in all directions. They instantly formed a pentagonal shape with him in the center. From the outline of the pattern, it seemed to be some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Don't tell me I'm the sacrifice. Swish. 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 While he was thinking, energy balls of different colors appeared out of nowhere in the pentagonal area. Handsome young man. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in the space. Since you have a physique related to the 5 elements, the heavenly spirit formation gathered 5 spirit seeds, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You can choose any one of them. The speed of the speech was very slow. It made him want to beat someone up. 5 spirit seeds. Only then did Jun Changshao realize that the energy clusters in the 5 regions corresponded to the colors of the 5 elements. Thus, he said seriously, only children would choose. I want all 5 of them. You can only choose one. Once you've made your choice, you just have to walk over and fuse with it. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and walked towards the attribute that resembled a cluster of flames. The Dark Demon King still needed to be refined. Therefore, he needed the fire element that represented the extreme yang. Ta! He stopped in front of the fire attribute. Hoo! Scorching heat waves came straight at them. Jun Changshao instantly concluded that this attribute was even stronger than the fire seed he controlled. This is the spirit of the fire spirit. The old voice said, one of the best in the mortal universe. Really? Jun Changshao reached out to grab it. However, before he could touch it, the spirit of the fire spirit seemed to have sensed it. It instantly turned into a rope of fire and wrapped around his wrist. The moment the flames came into contact with his skin, he felt as if his soul was being roasted, causing Jun Changshao to scream in agony. Hoo! The spirit seeds that existed in the 4 regions disappeared, and the entire space was instantly engulfed in flames. The burning sensation filled his entire body and even his soul, causing Jun Changshao, who was standing in the sea of flames, to raise his head and scream. His entire face was about to turn ferocious. When he fused with the body of holy flame, he had experienced similar pain and torture, but this time it was even more terrifying and unforgettable. Half an hour later, the scorching temperature gradually decreased, and Jun Changshao struggled to stand up again. Hoo! The flames that filled the space suddenly became restless. Jun Changshao didn't feel any pain. Instead, he established an affinity with the scorching flames. Come! He opened his hands. Swish! Swish! The scorching flames seemed to have turned into excited children, rushing to merge into Jun Changxiao's body, and then converging at his dantian to form a cyclone. Until all the attributes in the space were absorbed, it actually evolved into a fetus. What a handsome young man! The old voice sounded, the spirit of the fire spirit resides in your body as the initial fetus. As long as you take care of it carefully, it will become stronger and stronger until it gives birth to a nascent soul. Swish! Jun Changxiao's vision turned black, and he suddenly returned to reality. He was silent for a while, and then looked at his dantian. Seeing that it was only the size of a fingernail, he collapsed. What the hell? The system said, "Congratulations host, you are pregnant." Plop! Jun Changxiao directly fell to the ground, his eyelids desperately rolling up. The third supreme product didn't give him clothes that could never be worn out, nor did it give him a special secret realm, but it allowed Jun Changxiao to choose 1 out of 5 to obtain the spirit of the fire spirit. It was even gathering in his dantian, as if he was pregnant. What kind of bullshit is this? Go Sheng was irritable. As a man, it was hard to accept the existence of a fetus in his stomach. The system snappily said, "You still have a bunch of spirit nuclei in your dantian, isn't that the same as a fetus? Why don't I see host so depressed?" Pa! Jun Changxiao's right hand punched his left palm, and said, "That makes sense." The depression and irritation suddenly disappeared. The system collapsed. If I knew that one sentence would be able to convince him, I wouldn't have said so much. What changes do I have now? Jun Changxiao calmed down and began to look inside his body. He quickly discovered that under the scorching heat just now, his meridians, blood vessels, and other aspects had been greatly improved, and were more resilient than before. Shwa! Spreading out his hand, a cluster of scorching flames appeared. This is the spirit of the fire spirit. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It seems to be only a little stronger than my purple mysterious sacred fire and blue heavenly spirit flame." Please. The system said, "It has just been born. Moreover, those divine-grade fire seeds in your body, unless you increase your realm, don't have any potential to be developed. Can they be compared to this spirit of the fire spirit that has just sprouted?" That's true. Jun Changxiao said, "Try using this fire to purify the Dark Demon King." Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, the lowest level. Jun Changxiao and Arya's faces appeared in the camera, revealing a creepy smile. The Dark Demon King who was hung up begged in a trembling voice, "Ancestor, great aunt. I was wrong, I was really wrong, ah ah. Ah ah ah." The screams could be heard clearly in the entire 9 levels of the prison. Although the prisoners were already used to it, every time they heard the screams that were close to the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, they were still scared out of their wits. A few hours later, the Dark Demon King was paralyzed on the ground like mud, his body twitching slightly from time to time. It could be said to be incomparably miserable. These evil spirits that had destroyed several planes and slaughtered hundreds of millions of people, no matter how they were tortured, had only themselves to blame. They deserved to be punished. Wow! Arya said in surprise, "What kind of flame did Master summon just now? It purified a lot of the evil energy in that guy's body in such a short time." "The spirit of the fire spirit," Jun Changxiao said. When the Dark Demon King who was tortured to the point of wanting to die heard this, his slightly opened eyes were suddenly filled with horror, and he said sadly in his heart, "I don't have long to live." Chapter 1229. Fire Soul Spirit. Arya said in surprise, "That's one of the top fire-type spiritual seeds in the mortal world." Jun Changxiao said, "You've heard of it too?" "Of course." Arya pointed at the Dark Demon King and said, "The Fire Soul Spirit is the same as this evil spirit. It's a special spiritual seed born in the mortal world." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao was delighted. Arya said again, no wonder Master could purify it so quickly. The Dark Demon King, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, had lost all hope in life. The Fire Soul Spirit was of the same level as it, and it was of the highest yang attribute. It restrained the Dark Demon King to death. Ancestor. Great Aunt. Let me go. The Dark Demon King begged. Ever since it was born in the depths of the universe, it had been imprisoned by the Soul Pagoda. It had finally broken the seal and had been free for a while. Now, it had to be imprisoned and purified again. This was unacceptable. Why didn't you release those innocent creatures? Why didn't you release those plains and continents? Jun Changshao leaned over, and the Fire Soul Spirit appeared in his right hand. He said coldly, adults should be responsible for their own mistakes. Whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames rose again, and a new round of purification began. Ah ah ah. The ancient warship continued to speed toward the starry sky fortress. Jun Changshao and Arya worked together to purify the Dark Demon King. What crime did he commit to be tortured like this? If it were me, I would have died long ago. Hearing those sounds every day, my head is about to explode. The wails and howls of pain rang out every moment in the prison, and the prisoners were so frightened that they could not sleep at night. Brother. In the prison, Zhao Daodu looked away from the direction of the screams and said, the Patriarch has been kind enough to you. Why are you still so stubborn? As the deputy warden of the prison, not only did he have to give the prisoners spiritual guidance every day, he also tried to persuade Dai Lu to turn over a new leaf. Dai Lu remained silent. Zhao Daodu said, compared to the other prisoners, you're living in heaven. Don't say any more. Dai Lu said, I won't compromise. All right. Zhao Daodu got up and left the cell. However, after he walked out, a smile appeared on his face. Dai Lu's tone of rejection was clearly much weaker than before. It seemed that the tactic he had used earlier had achieved initial success. That's right. The effect was not bad. The beliefs and principles that Dai Lu had always adhered to had already been loosened. Every time, he would wonder if the Spirit Spring sect was worth it for him to avenge. AI. After Zhao Daodu left, Dai Lu sighed. Forget it, forget it. The destruction of the Spirit Spring sect was brought upon by its own actions. Why should I keep thinking about seeking justice for it? What's more, I'm in prison and my life is in danger. Dai Lu finally let go of the obsession in his heart. Some people would ask, wasn't there another cousin from Black Eagle Hall killed by Jun Changshao? That kind of relative who had long been out of the 5 servers, or even 8 poles, did not have any feelings at all. Not to mention. No matter how dirty the Spirit Spring sect was, it was still a righteous sect. The Black Eagle Hall that his cousin joined was definitely evil. Dai Lu letting go of his obsession did not mean that he would compromise with the sect of all times. He had thought it through. He would spend the rest of his life in prison. The moment he let go of his obsession, Dai Lu, who was facing the wall, had an aura of seeing through the mortal world. Coupled with his head that had not yet grown hair, he looked like a Buddhist monk. There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. Originally there was nothing, where did dust stir? Comfortable. In the monitoring room, Jun Changshao sat down and drank a mouthful of tea, his face full of smiles. When purifying the dark demon, he found that his control of the fire spirit had become more and more proficient, and even the embryo in his dantian had a slight change. Training that guy requires you to always release the flame. Over time, your proficiency will naturally increase. The system explained. It will take time to reach the starry sky fortress. Jun Changshao said, I can focus all my energy on this. Therefore, he changed the ancient warship to autopilot, and then directly lived in the prison, cooperating with Arya to purify the dark demon. The process will not be described. In short, Jun Changshao only needed to use the fire spirit crazily, and it would be of great help to his control of the element and the embryo. Moreover, as the latter continued to grow stronger, the purification speed became faster. Master, at the current level, it will only take 10 years. Master, at the current level, it will only take 5 years. Master, press, area calculated the time every day, and every day it would be greatly reduced. She said in surprise, Master, your fire spirit is improving too fast. It's all thanks to the evil spirit. Jun Changshao said. He really wanted to thank the dark demon, because without this kind of extremely durable existence, it would be very difficult to make the fire spirit have such earth-shattering changes every day. He expressed his gratitude. Jun Changshao increased the refining speed, and even did it day and night. The main thing was that there were still 10 days before the side mission settlement, and he had to finish this guy in the stipulated time. 9 days. 8 days. 1 day. 20 hours. 2 hours. Enveloped by the exuberant fire spirit, the dark demon screamed in pain. Quick! Quick, quick! Jun Changshao crazily increased the temperature, and the veins on his forehead bulged. After doing so many side missions, this was the first time he felt the pressure, because there were less than 5 minutes before the end of the mission, and the other party was still not completely purified. Master. Arya said, it will be done soon. Jun Changshao roared loudly, and instantly the temperature of the flame reached the extreme. Ding. 59 seconds. Ding. 30 seconds. Ding. 10 seconds. The countdown sound rang in his ears. Jun Changshao clenched his fists. The kind of battle that relied on roaring was even more intense. The embryo in his dantian seemed to be affected, and it began to tremble violently, and then it exploded with a bang. The dark demon also let out a strange scream, and those who did not know would think that it was singing a song. Boom! Suddenly, the fire spirit that enveloped it suddenly exploded, and Jun Changshao was forced to take a few steps back, and then he spat out blood. Ding! Side mission completed, gained 100,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 118990100000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. Ding! Side mission completed, triggered hidden rewards, gained Lingyan Pavilion Patriarch exclusive Divine Weapon Modification Stone X1, gained Experience Talisman X20. When there were only a few seconds left, the side mission was finally completed successfully. This point was worth it. It was too exciting. However, Jun Changshao was not in the mood to care about the contribution points and rewards, because his eyes were fixed on the flame in front of him. That was when the embryo in his dantian suddenly burst out after he reached the strongest state. Huff huff. As the flame burned, it gradually turned into the shape of a lotus, and the inside gradually formed a human shape. A cute 2-year-old child with 3 heads and 4 arms appeared. He was wearing a red dudu and had a cute appearance. What is this? Arya was stunned. Ha! The child stretched, and the 2 heads and 4 arms on the back disappeared. Then he opened his eyes and shouted at Jun Changshao in a childish voice, Dad. Chapter 1230. Father. The word was crisp and clear. Arya, who was standing at the side, opened her mouth in an O shape, and her eyes widened. This little boy was Master's son. Oh my God! This was unbelievable. Who was the mother? No. She had never heard of Master having a wife. How did a son suddenly appear? Was this the legendary, becoming a father? Although Arya had always been in the Sky Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda, she actually knew quite a lot. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. A little brat suddenly jumped out of the flames and called him father. This, if his girlfriend heard this, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Girlfriend? The host is dreaming. The system ridiculed. Father. The child said, I'm hungry. Bang! Jun Changshao slapped the little guy from the lotus to the ground and roared, I'm still a virgin, how can I have a child? Woo-woo, the child cried, Father, you're so heartless. Aryik could not stand it anymore and hurried over to persuade him, Master, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. You must calm down. Jun Changshao's mentality completely exploded. For more than 1,000 years, he had always kept his chastity. Suddenly, a child called him father. Even if he wanted to be a father, he could not be like this. Phew! Suppressing the collapse of his heart, Jun Changshao let go of his hand and said with a serious face, Who are you? I was born from father's body, so I am father's son. The child said. I see. Arya suddenly realized, Master, this should be the spirit of the fire spirit. It has grown from a fetus to a nascent soul. Not only does it have spiritual wisdom, it also has a body. Pfft. Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was born from his body. Didn't that mean it had both female and male functions? The system said, no wonder the host has the physique of loneliness. It turns out that the follow-up work of a male and female pairing can be done by yourself. This ridicule was so sharp that Jun Changshao almost spat out blood again. Father, suddenly, another childish voice was heard. Jun Changshao was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, he turned his head extremely stiffly and saw a 2- or 3-year-old baby boy tied up with a rope in the area that had been purified all along. He looked even cuter than the fire spirit. Master! Arya exclaimed, this is an evil spirit. Not only has it been completely purified into an infant body, it even treats you as its own father. Ah! Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and screamed. Soon after, he fell to the ground and fainted. In the process of purifying the great dark demon king, the fire spirit had undergone actual combat and improved by leaps and bounds in the short span of a month. Not only had it successfully killed the great dark demon king, but it had also improved in all aspects. This was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double blessing. However, Jun Changshao was not happy because the mission was completed and he had 2 sons for no reason. Jun Patriarch, although you are handsome and have a successful career, I can't accept the fact that you have 2 children. So. I'm sorry, we're not suitable for each other. Miss. Listen to my explanation. Jun Changshao hurriedly chased after the graceful figure that was gradually disappearing, but he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he woke up from his dream with his forehead covered in sweat. A dream. So it was a dream. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and his expression stiffened in the next second. There were 2 children sleeping soundly on the bed. One was sucking on his thumb and the other had bubbles hanging from his nose. Although the fire spirit's form was similar to a human child, there was a flame mark between its eyebrows. The evil spirit had been purified and was extremely cute. Through the cabin entrance, he looked at the endless darkness. Jun Changshao shed an extremely precious tear and said, this is not the life I want. Munch munch. In the warship's cafeteria, the fire spirit and the evil spirit wolfed down their food as if they had been hungry for a long time. Shang Yuhen watched the plates slowly stack up and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Patriarch, your 2 sons can really eat. Pine. Plop. His Highness the Prince fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Jun Changshao clenched his fists, spread his legs and stepped on the chair, and said angrily, remember this, these are only 2 attributes. Remember. Remember, the fire spirit was born in the Dantian, and the evil spirit was purified by Go Sheng and signed a contract. Although the two of them had human bodies, they were not real humans. They were nothing more than two attributes that Jun Changshao controlled. But he couldn't stop them from calling him father. Dad, I'm hungry again. Dad, I still want to eat fried rice. Dad, why are you so unhappy? Dad, do you want me to tell you a dirty joke? The two infant spirits were like ghosts that wouldn't go away. Every day, they would pester Jun Changshao, causing him to almost lose his mind. The most devastated thing was, the fire spirit's temper was a bit irritable. He would beat up the evil spirit if he didn't agree with him. Dad! Fire child hit me again. Woo woo woo. Enough. I've had enough. Finally, one day, Jun Changshao couldn't help but roar out loud. As if realizing that their father was angry, the fire spirit and the evil spirit stood together obediently. The two brothers lowered their heads as if they had made a big mistake, and tears of grievance welled up in their eyes. Seeing this, Jun Changshao's heart suddenly ached. The system said, although the fire spirit and the evil spirit are two types of heaven and earth attributes, one was born from the host's body, and the other was purified and signed a contract. They are no different from their own flesh and blood. A chopstick can be easily broken. What if it's two chopsticks, or more chopsticks? In the end, Jun Changshao did not harden his heart to reprimand them. Instead, he planned to teach them a lesson, so he took out two chopsticks and folded them up. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Shwa! Jun Changshao took out two large iron rods that were comparable to holy rank and handed them over, and said, "Try it, see if you can break two chopsticks. Why don't you take out the Sky Tyrant spear and let them break it?" The system complained. "Father." The fire spirit took one, his hands covered in flames, and said proudly, "Do you have to break it? Can't you burn it?" Hoo. Under the intense and scorching flames, the big iron rod was instantly melted into a slurry. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. "Father." The evil spirit took the big iron rod and said weakly, "Do you have to break it? Can't you corrode it?" Hoo. A strange attribute spread out from his palm, instantly corroding the iron rod into nothingness. Plop. Jun Changshao fainted once again. "I fucking told you that brothers had to be united. If you didn't burn it with fire, then you had to corrode it. What's the difference between this and asking me if my eyes are sore from hacking for 3 days and 3 nights from Nantian Gate to Penglai East Road?" However, what made Gosheng feel gratified was that the two little fellows seemed to be very powerful. As long as they were nurtured in the future, they would definitely be of great use. The system said, a spirit body that was only born in the mortal universe is much stronger than a plane's attribute. The host has obtained 2, what is there to be unhappy about? That's true. Jun Changshao began to put down his prejudices and accepted the two children with an open heart. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.